Hopefully I'm live now, and hopefully everyone can see me. There seems to be a little bit of a delay. Just get the countdown started. It's visible. Got a little bit of a countdown going on. Just about 12 minutes or so until the brush set goes live. Hopefully you can hear me and the sound is working okay. Please do let me know if it's not. In fact, please let me know if it is working as well, just so I know. Hey, hey Tracy. Hi, Craftamo. Let's do this. So we've got 3 cameras set up today. Only got 1 or 2 on at the minute, but hopefully we will be good to go for the entire stream. Hi, Paul. Thank you. Hi, Alex. Thank you very much for letting me know. Is anyone else got time to paint today? What are you working on? Or even if you're not working today, what are you working on at the minute? Hey, RJ. 11 minutes left. I might just very quickly do a Instagram story and let everyone know on Instagram that we're going live as well. Do a little link. Just do a quick little photo. YouTube, join me. There we go. Okay, there we go. All set up and ready to go. Let me just show you a little bit of the setup today. So this is what I'm going to be working on. So it's going to be a little bit of a meerkat. Hi, Elias. Thanks for joining. So I'm going to be doing a bit of a meerkat. It doesn't look like much of a meerkat now. I did the background yesterday just for my patrons and just a test of the live stream, and it seemed to work pretty well. So today we're going to use the Studio Wildife brushes to create this meerkat and finish it off. So hopefully you'll be able to join me for the entire thing. But if not, I really appreciate you being here. And please do comment and ask questions along the way. It'd be really helpful for me because it means I've got company and I can talk. So hopefully you can see I'm going to be on screen all the time. So you should hopefully be able to see me smiling away or making these faces as I concentrate on the painting. We've got my palette cam over here with all my paint set up. You can see the paint here and my water and my tissue paper. And then hopefully, maybe you can see this, I've got this little wire here that I am definitely going to knock into at some point in this video. So if one of the cameras comes crashing down, that is why. I do need friends. It's a lonely life being an artist. Sat in my room all day, painting away. Quiet, lonely life. That's why I like doing YouTube so much. It makes me feel like I've got friends. Let me just show you my setup really quickly. So I'm going to switch you to the face cam. We've got 7 minutes left until the brushes go live, so I think we've got time. So I'll switch to the big camera. We've still got the countdown going down there. So I'm going to move this around. This is my new studio. Got my desk and my YouTube filming setup over there. It's a bit of a mess. We've got me. Got the brush set. And soon, very soon, you'll be able to buy one. 7 minutes. And I've got a TV screen up here that's got the live chat. Hi, Andy's mum. We've got my reference photo, which the reference photo I have actually taken myself. That was from Chester Zoo a few years ago. And I have provided that reference photo to everyone on Patreon. So if you are a patron, you can access that reference photo and paint along with this video as well as like a little bit of a tutorial. We've got my camera over my palette, and then got some brushes up on the shelves and some brushes down there. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'm going to set this back down because it might be making people feel a little bit seasick with this moving camera. And then set you down. Hopefully you can see me okay. Hi, Eliza, or Elisa. Not sure how you pronounce your name, but yeah, let's go. Hi, Andrea. Or Andrea. I'm sorry if I pronounce everyone's names wrong. I'm so excited. I just want to get started. So, everyone that's here, what was the last artwork that you have just completed? What have we all been painting? Or drawing? Or making? Oh, thank you, Doug. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. You can see I've got my Studio Wildife t-shirt on. Always repping the channel. A nice lot of dog portraits. How are they going? Are they going okay? Oh, more dog portraits. Oh, it's okay. I covered mine with gesso as well, Tracy. I cover a lot with gesso. The meerkat that I'm painting today is actually over a tiger eye that I half finished but never got around to finishing. So I just gessoed over it and I'm starting again. Hi, Doug. Hi, Golden. Hi, Kyle or Kylie. I'm not sure how you pronounce your name. Hi, Karen. That was interesting, Karen. I recently just got back from my friend's wedding where I was the best man, and I think as one of the presents that I'm going to do for them is a portrait of themselves at the wedding venue. So that is something that I've got on the go or will have on the go. And I've never done one before. So maybe I should film it and document my process. So document how it goes, really, because I don't think it's going to go particularly well, and I think it's going to be quite a difficult painting. But let me know if that's something that you would like to see rather than just wildlife. Hi, Red Lime. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying my videos. And I hope your tiger went really well. Now, we've got 3 minutes left until the brush sets go live. Remember, there are only going to be a very limited number of these. There are only 300 brush sets available. So if you do want one, get one right at the start before they all go. Fire in a forest. I bet that was difficult. I've never ever painted fire, and I've only just started really getting into more backgrounds and more in-depth backgrounds. So painting trees, painting leaves, painting like the undergrowth floor. That is something that I am like challenging myself to try and do more of, which hopefully you've seen that a little bit in the videos that I've been doing at the minute, like the elephant. And I've got a new one, which is a deer. So let me just show you that deer. So I'm really actually quite proud of this one. This one was done in oils. Hopefully you can see it. Let me hold it up. I just finished this the other day, but I really, really wanted to get the grass like nice and soft and like moving, but also quite detailed. And I really think I achieved that. And I used oils for this one. But I'm just trying to incorporate a little bit more background, a little bit more environment with those animals. Let me just take this microphone and actually clip it to me. I'm not sure how you can actually show your own pictures on here, Paul, but everyone that is a member of my community tier on Patreon can join the Discord group, and then you can share your pictures on there for feedback. Well, Paul, the secret really was I actually used my small brush for the grass. So not only is this good for whiskers, this small brush that's part of the set, but it's great for things like grass as well. I think I'll do a little bit of a video on that as well later on. 34 seconds until the brushes go live. Please do, if you go and buy one, please do let me know. Share with me in the chats that you've just bought one. Come on, let's try and get as many of these sold today as we can. In terms of warm-ups, I don't really warm up. I just sort of jump into the paintings. Like 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are now live. Let's turn that off. We are now live, so you can head over to the Craftamo website. I've pinned the link to the comments and in the description. So head on over and go and get yourself one of the brush sets. So this is what you're going to be getting. Let's switch the cams. Excellent, Karen. Congratulations. Maybe you're the first one to get one. So you've got the first brush set available, which is fantastic. So I've already opened mine. But these are the brushes that you are going to be getting inside this amazing box. It doesn't quite look right on the screen. It's a little bit overexposed. Let's show you on this one instead. That's a little bit better. So this is what we're going to get. RJ, fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I wish you just had them instantly. I wish you just bought them and then they just arrived so that you could paint along with me. But this video will be saved on YouTube. So if you do want to carry on and watch it in your own time, come back to this, then you can follow along with your brush sets and the exact same brushes that I'm using in this video. Let's see, what other questions have we had? So the warm-up, yeah, warming up, I don't really warm up. I just sort of jump into a painting and get started, and the warm-up sort of happens along the way. Most of the time when I'm starting a painting, I'll start with big flat brushes like this one that is part of the set, and that's exactly what I did for this painting. I used the big flat brush to do all these background, the sky and the clouds using this big flat brush. And then sort of to finish this one off, I did actually use a little bit of a sponge, but that was not massively needed. Could have been done all with this brush for this painting. I'm not actually going to use this brush now. This brush is pretty much done for because I've already done the background, but we will be using the rest of the brushes in the set for this painting. So to transfer this image, just to do it quite quickly, I actually projected the image onto my canvas, and I do have a video about the projector that I use and how I use it. Dead simple, dead straightforward, and then I just drew around the outline with some white chalk. Sometimes I'll freehand, sometimes I'll use the grid method, and sometimes I will use transfer paper, depending on the type of picture that I'm doing and how quickly I want to do it, because speed is a massive sort of thing for me, and efficiency. If I want to just have a bit of fun with the painting, I want to try and create something a little bit more expressive, a little bit more free flowing. 11 sold, fantastic. But yeah, sorry, so many things going on at once. If I want to create something that's a little bit more painterly, a little bit more free flowing, I will just freehand everything. Usually I'll just jump straight in with the paints. I won't do like a little underdrawing, and I'll just go straight ahead. A lot of my charcoal pieces, I'll start by just throwing charcoal down. I like to make a mess, basically, first of all. And then things like commissions, I will either trace or project, just because I feel like I want to just get straight away stuck into the painting, and I don't want to waste time freehanding it because it's commission. I want to get them done. Well, thanks for joining, RJ. Thanks, Jinx. I've just seen your other question. So, yes, I do. So, I think by gloss you mean, I'm assuming you mean varnish. So, I will glossy varnish all of my acrylic paintings. I just like the way that they come out, that brings out the colours and the paints, and it almost makes them look a little bit more like oils, because oils are a little bit more saturated and a little bit more vibrant than acrylics, I would say, or at least in the way that I paint them. So I will do that gloss varnish to finish them. And I use loads of different varnishes. There's no real right or wrong varnish to use. I just make sure I'm using an acrylic varnish. Oh, fantastic, Tracy. Thank you so much. Hi, Salso. Oh, thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. So, is it important to use a solvent for oil paintings? It depends. So, a lot of my oil paintings, or the way that I've been doing my oil paintings recently, I've been doing an acrylic base wash first of all, and then I've been using oils on top. And I haven't actually been using a solvent, I've been using linseed oil. So I've not used anything that is a paint thinner as such, it's just that painting medium. However, if I was starting an oil painting from scratch, what I would do is use a solvent in the first few layers, or the first layer, to get down a wash or a base coat or an underpainting, and then let that dry, and then move on to the linseed oil layers. So I'm just going to start painting, and then I'm going to look up and answer your questions as we go. So, Andy's mum, can you use an acrylic varnish over oil? No, you can't. Because an acrylic varnish is almost like a resin. And that resin seals the surface completely. It makes it impenetrable, which means the oils cannot dry. Oils don't actually dry. they are undergoing an oxidation reaction, and that reaction carries on for the entire life of that oil painting. And if you cover that with an acrylic varnish, it will stop that reaction from being able to take place, and the oils will never completely sort of go solid, so it runs a risk of damage in the future. So I'm just taking a little bit of black, a little bit of raw umber, and a little bit of burnt umber here, just to create a shadowy colour. And I'm just going to come in and put in the shadows on this meerkat really quickly. Just the shadowy side, little foot in. You've got to use an oil varnish for oil paintings, really. Gamvar is a great one. And then I've recently found that Winsor & Newton do a retouch varnish that comes in a spray, and I've seen a lot of people use those, and I think that is one of the ones that I'm going to be using from now on. It's not glossy, so it doesn't really have that same effect, because I do like a glossy varnish, or prefer a glossy varnish, but it's just easier. Thank you, Randy. Thanks for purchasing them. Andrew the Animal, thank you very much. And I don't use liquid. I've never really tried it. Like my oil paintings, I am fairly new to. So there's a lot of mediums that I haven't used. I use just linseed oil, and then I've got sans odor as the paint thinner, just because it doesn't have an odor, or it's got a very minimal odor. And they're really the only two that I've tried so far. But there are lots that I would like to have a go with. And these brushes, these Studio Wildlife brushes, are the same types of brushes that I would use for oil paintings or acrylics. It doesn't matter. So even if you're just using oils, this brush set is still a good way to go if you like using the synthetic brushes. So I'm just keeping it really simple at the moment, and I'm just blocking in the shadows just with a single layer of paint. If you've got any more questions, anyone, please do ask away. If you haven't got it already, or you didn't know already, I do quite like talking. Fantastic. Whoever just bought 2 sets, if you're watching, please do let me know so I can thank you personally. So how many sets have we sold now? Well, thank you very much, Andrew. Much appreciated. And if you've got any other questions, please do ask away. Fantastic. 25 sets sold already. Let's try and get that to 50 in the next hour. Nice. So I will save this video and put this on Patreon to watch later as well. So if you are a patron, I always get those two confused, you can watch this. In fact, I might just leave it on YouTube anyway, just so anyone can watch the tutorial, but to have access to the reference photo, then you will need to become a patron. Fantastic, GM. Thank you very much. So for my acrylic paintings, Jinx, I just use mostly, I've got a Liquitex gloss varnish spray that is non-removable, so I'll spray that on first. And then I have a Winsor & Newton glossy varnish spray, which I will spray on second. And then sometimes I'll use a Daler-Rowney brush-on spray if I want like a really, really gloss finish. But most of the time, I'm just using spray varnishes purely because they are much, much quicker to use. All right, so let's have a look. 3-word Craftamo, you just said. I just finished my first one. Oh, well, thank you, Three Word Crafter. I'm so glad that my videos have been able to help you. And please do carry on watching them. And if you do have any questions, just ask away. Now is your chance. So I'm just using the filbert brush from the set at the moment. This is probably one of my favourite brushes for doing block-ins because it's so versatile. You can do so many different things with a filbert brush. And mine is a little bit shorter, the actual brush itself, shorter than a lot of filbert brushes that you buy, because I think it gives me a little bit more control. And I also like scrubbing in a little bit more with my underpaintings and my block-ins. So having that shorter, slightly sturdier brush just makes that a little bit easier. So I'm just doing a shadow near the tail now. And then let's put a little bit more of the shadow on these rocks. Nice and simple. Please do ask away, come and say hello. Join the chat. So I'm starting all my paintings with like these big blocks. So I'm going to take some raw sienna now. And I'm just going to essentially block in the rest of the picture with this raw sienna. So it's nice and simple. We've just used two colours to start off with. I think we've sold 25 brush sets so far. There is only, 275 left. So they are going quite quickly. We've only been live, 10 minutes? So they are selling pretty quickly. So if you do want one of these sets, act now because they might not be there in a couple of days. What is your favorite medium to work with? Are you guys acrylic painters, oil painters? Are you pastel artists? Charcoal, graphite? Let me know what you like working in. I am starting to think my chat might be broken because everyone's that quiet. Someone just pop a message in so I know it's still working. Hi, DSCRU Gaming. So, is there a difference between adding an acrylic retarder to a pre-mixed palette versus a wet palette for working over a few days? Does the retarder slow the layering process? Hi, Bev. So, is there a difference between adding an acrylic retarder to a pre-mixed palette versus a wet palette for working over a few days? Does the retarder slow the layering? Ah, right, okay. So what is the difference between adding the retarder versus the wet palette? I've never actually used a proper stay wet palette before. I imagine they are pretty good. Basically, the retarder that I use, the one from Jackson's, is pretty good because it extends the palette life, but it doesn't affect the actual drying time of the paint on the canvas that much. So it might extend it for a minute or so in canvas, which means you can get a little bit more blending, but mostly it's just so I can mix up my paints at the start of a painting process, and then months later I can come back to it, or maybe weeks later, depending on how it's stored and how hot the area is where you live. You can come back to it and those paints are still relatively wet. Well, I am thinking of getting my hands on a wet palette, so I want to try one out and see how it goes. So I will definitely do a video on that and let you know. Oh, thanks, Andy's mum. Hi, Acheron the Grey Bear. Greetings from, greetings from Florida. That's amazing. Welcome. Hi, Rob Vanderveer. Welcome. Hi, Ken. Thank you for joining. And if you do want to get hold of one of the brushes that I am using, or the brush set that I'm using in this video, please do go and head over to Craftamo. There is a link in the comments and a pinned link in this chat. Please do go and get yourself a set and let me know when you get one. They are great for acrylics or for oils, whichever you prefer. So in this painting, I'm just taking a little bit of yellow ochre. I'm just going to now paint these rocks in. Let's have a look at the chat. So I've been sticking with acrylics and gloss. There's 2 Floridians. Have you ever tried GM dressage? Have you ever tried combining the charcoals with your paintings? Maybe do a charcoal under drawing and then acrylics over the top, or the other way around, acrylics underneath and then charcoals over the top of that. That's quite effective too. I do that sometimes. Hi, Daniel D. Thank you, and glad you're enjoying my videos, and thank you for purchasing the brush set. So for me, taking care of my brushes is pretty simple. So let me just show you my palette. I will never, ever, or try to avoid leaving my brushes face down in the water like that. That is one of the killers for brushes fraying and getting damaged. So I will always, when I'm done with a brush, I will dip it in the water. I will wipe the paint off as much as I can, dip it in the water a few times, get it as clean as possible during my painting session, and then leave it wet and just rest it on the paper towel. That is not finished. I'm not clean with that. I'm not done with that. It's not cleaned, but that is where I'll leave it until I'm done with my painting session. And then I will go and use soap to clean the brushes and make sure they are as paint-free as possible. Especially, let me try and get this here, especially as we get down into the metal bit here onto this ferrule, because you don't want a load of paint sticking here and causing the brush to go hard. Andy's Lawn. So you've seen oil painters use a grey palette background. Really, the grey palette background is just so people can tell the difference between the colours a little bit easier. Because sometimes on whites or like brown, like a wood palettes are very similar to the grey ones, basically. But sometimes when you are painting on just a white background or mixing colours on a white background, it can look a little bit contrasting, and you never know if your whites are too light or too dark because you've got nowhere to go. You can't go any lighter than the pure white of the palette. So by having the grayscale palette, it allows you to see your colours a little bit more clearly, especially when you're working in those highlighty ranges. And then back to that question about how I started with animals. I trained as a biology teacher. I was always into science as a kid, and art was like a hobby. And basically, I went to university and did a biology degree. I trained to be a biologist, and then from there, I went to become a biology teacher. So I worked teaching biology to 16 to 18-year-olds, and then some older university students. And I've always had this love for the natural world. Like, it inspired my career choices before I went into art, and it inspires what I paint now. Fantastic, Beverly. Thank you for ordering the brushes. I really hope you enjoy using them. What is the first thing that you are going to be painting when your renovations are done? So as part of my university course, I actually did a year abroad in America. So I went to study in Kansas at the University of Kansas. And one of the courses that I did there was an entomology course. So one of the modules that I did. So I spent 3 months learning about insects. And it was so interesting, like so unbelievably interesting. They are such amazing creatures that most people just think of as being bugs. And yeah, if you dream of being an entomologist, then go and achieve that dream. You'd be an entomologist artist. Okay, Andrew the Animal. So, first painting I ever sold. Um, I mean, I was selling pictures for like pocket money when I was like 12 and 13. So I'd sell paintings to my school teachers and things like that. So I can't really remember the feeling of selling the first piece. But probably the first painting that I sold where I was like, oh my God, I'm a proper artist was when I first entered the David Shepherd Wildlife Artist of the Year competition back in 2016 or 2017, something like that. I was only young, and I got in. And then when we got to the exhibition, I walked through the door, and before I'd even got in, there was a red dot on the painting. It was actually a charcoal drawing, and a red dot on it in this big gallery. The first time I'd ever been anything like that, and it was just such an amazing feeling. And it was like, oh my God, uh, like I've sold a proper piece of artwork, which was absolutely amazing. Oh, brilliant, Ken. Thank you much. Thank you much. Thank you so much for buying one of the sets. And hello, all the way in Ottawa. We've got quite a lot of people from around the world, which is great. Oh, fantastic. What kind of leopard painting is it? Is it a face? Have you got full bodies or a background? I'm exactly the same as well with pieces that I sort of don't get around to finishing. They just sit in my wardrobe for a very, very long time, unfinished. And by wardrobe, I mean these mirrors behind me. That is where I store all my pieces. and they just sit there and sit there and sit there. I've also got a couple of big pieces in the garage that also need finishing that I've not yet got around to, but we'll get there eventually. I'm mixing up a slightly lighter colour, slightly like a neutrally colour. And we're going to use this highlights as well. And this flat brush is fantastic for putting in these little bits of fur. So I'm just using the fan edge of it, so the fat edge, just put it in. So I don't need to go in with all the details with the tiny brushes just yet. I can just use this brush to put in those strands. It is a meerkat. And welcome and hello all the way from Brazil. And we just sold 10% of the brushes, which is fantastic. So let's see if we can get to 20% soon. Hi, Tom from Austria. Please let me know when you buy a set and I'll give you a little shout out. It means a lot that you are supporting me and purchasing these sets. Hi, Luna from Poland. Welcome. Oh, Beverly, that sounds like it's going to be so good. I think sometimes the abstract backgrounds really make the subject pop, and it can be a really powerful composition when you've got that little bit of abstract, then bringing in to this sort of like more realistic subject. Let me just adjust the colours just a little bit on this if I can. Maybe I'll not be able to. Hopefully we are still just knock back the contrast slightly. Hopefully that made the picture a little bit better and a little bit more clear, so we can see what we're doing. Okay, Jinx, so as I've got better at painting, I've got my old paintings, so I don't, so it shows my progress. It depends. I think some of my older paintings, where I think I would just be essentially repainting them from scratch, if I were to go back to them, I would not do that. But sometimes I have older paintings where I'm like, oh, this little bit would look better if I did this. And for those paintings, I would make adjustments and I would make improvements to them. Because even though, yeah, I get what you're saying, you can track your progress, but if I can make something better, I'm going to make it better. Hey, Luna, and thank you very much. Like those Jaguars, I think you're talking about the big 3 Jaguar pieces that I did recently for a commission. They were some of the favourite paintings that I have done recently. They were so freeing to create because there was that sort of element of abstracty background to them, which is what we were just talking about earlier, that just made them so fun to paint. Oh, fantastic, Andrew. Oh, you've got loads of time to develop and become the best artist you can possibly be. I'm really glad that I'm able to inspire you, and I hope you are able to achieve what you want to achieve. And really glad that you found me and you're enjoying the videos. I think there's a question for you there about the purchasing of brushes side of things. It's true. The brush set is on a special launch price for today to celebrate the launch. So if you do want to get one, make sure you get it today so that you get that little bit of a discount. Thank you, Beverly. Glad we can inspire you. I did try to get Amber on, but she's painting away in her own studio. But maybe she'll join the chat later. Who knows? I actually have 3 sets of these brushes, and I'm going to keep one set completely separate for oil paints because I don't like mixing my oils and my acrylic brushes. So yeah, if you are like an oil and an acrylic artist and you like using both, maybe consider getting 2 sets, one for each. Hopefully, this meerkat is starting to come alive a little bit. Not done anything massively complicated yet, so hopefully you're able to follow along at home if you're following along. Andrew, what are you painting at the minute? It says you're painting alongside me at the other side of the screen. Are you painting along with this, or are you painting your own piece? Oh, thank you, Tom. I'm really glad that you're finding inspiration from me and my work and my videos, and I'm just gonna carry on doing what I'm doing and try to produce as many art tips as I possibly can and as many good videos as I possibly can, or helpful videos. They might not be that good, but I'm hoping they're helpful. So I'm going to use this same colour and just put in a few little sort of blocks or just marks on these rocks. Anyone, any more questions? Please do feel free to ask away while I'm here. I am going to be going live for a while. I'm going to try and get this meerkat finished in this entire video, really. That's my plan. Cleaning my brush off here. Keeping it wet, remember? And now I'm going to move on to the smaller filbert brush. So this one right here, and we're going to start doing a few little extra details in these shadows over here to start off with. So for this, I want a little bit of the raw umber and a little bit of the yellow ochre and a touch of the black. Still want them quite dark, really. And then I'm just going to take this filbert brush and just the same thing as before. I'm just using this flat edge and just coming in, putting in a few little just lines and marks. You probably can't really see on the video very much. You might be able to a little bit. We are there, I promise. Puffed up a bit of the edge as well. Making it look a little bit fluffier. So anyone that is painting alongside me at the minute, well, what are you working on? What are you working on today? Soften the edge up. We don't need too many details in these shadowy areas, but we will make it look a little bit fluffier. We're just going to take a little bit of the raw sienna, mix that in there. We'll just come in and do the same thing, just a few more tufts. I'm just using a flat edge of that brush. Please do feel free, just join the chat. Has anyone else bought the brushes? How many have we done now? Tom, so when I'm using the projector, it depends really. If I'm doing something quite small, I will probably just use a HB pencil, doesn't matter what brand. And then if I'm doing quite a big piece, like on a big canvas, so like over a meter in size, I will just use a piece of charcoal. Really, it's just whatever's closest to me at the time. It also sort of depends on the surface a little bit too. If I am painting on a canvas, I am more likely to use a softer thing to draw with. So, for example, the charcoal, just because I don't want it to damage the surface of the canvas. Whereas if I am doing something on, like, let's say, wood, I am more likely to use a pencil. And then if I'm using paper, I will just use charcoal because it's quite soft, it's quite light, and it can be rubbed away much easier than graphite pencil. And sometimes graphite leaves like indentations in the paper, which I don't really like, and I think sometimes they're quite hard to get rid of. So, for example, if you were doing like a pastel piece and you wanted to trace onto the pastel, using a pencil to do that might leave those indents that you can see in the finished piece. Oh, that sounds fantastic. And are you going to give your girlfriend painting when you're finished? Ah, fantastic, Freework Crafter. Thank you very much for buying a set. How mental is that? We're only from round the corner from the owners. Elena, I'm going to go with. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Um, Fantastic. Doing a picture of a beach. For me, if it depends what kind of sand you're doing. If you're just doing sand in the background, then I would use my big flat brush. Really? Because you don't really need to be super, super detailed. And I think you can just sort of like, I'm not going to do it, but you can just dab with the flat brush really simply, really easily, and just put in a few like light marks and dark marks. Just dab, 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 dab. And then as you get closer, then it could be using a filbert brush, just putting in a few little details, or one of the tiny, tiny small brushes from the set for like highlights on those smaller rocks that you might see near the foreground. Really, with sand, it's going to be sort of like very similar to how I paint these rocks. It's about details that aren't actually details. You just want to paint the impression of the sand rather than all of those details. Hi, Lily, and welcome. Really glad you've made it. Ah, fantastic. 40 sets sold already, which is brilliant. Hopefully, we can sell out soon. It says we'll sell out in a few days. Hopefully, we can do it in one day. Let's try and get it done in one day. All your friends, all your family, everyone that you know who's an artist. Let them know that the brushes are available on Instagram, on Facebook. Come on, guys, let's try and get them all sold. Let's break the record. Hi, and welcome all the way from Serbia. That's amazing. We really do have people from all around the world. I think I'm still waking up. Yeah, it's hard finding a time. I think the UK has one of the most inconvenient times for live streaming for the rest of the world. Yeah, the vast majority of my audience are from, well, it's split between the US, the UK, India, and Canada and Australia. Thank you, Leanne, or Leon. Please do let me know if you end up buying a set so I can thank you personally. Don't worry if you're just here to join the live stream, but you should buy one because they're great. So I'm still using my filbert brush. Just gonna try and get a little bit lighter with some yellow and some of the raw sienna. Kind of get a little bit of a lighter colour now. New Brunswick in Canada. Oh, I'd love to be able to get to Canada. I'd love to be able to see all of these places that you guys are from. That is one of the things that sort of me and Amber want to start doing more is travel and see not necessarily like wildlife, but a little bit more of the natural world and the environments that all of these amazing creatures come from and people. Um, GM, what do you mean about distortion? Do you mean like the photograph, the reference photo itself is distorted, or how do I deal with making sure that when I'm transferring an image, it's not distorted? They the deer that you shared, well, the lion and the deer that you shared on Discord, because they were looking so good. Hey, Felicia, and welcome. What time is it for you in Oklahoma? 8:44. Well, thank you for joining me. You're welcome. Hope you're having a really good morning. Obviously made better by joining us. I just have to take you up on that. There's something about creating a painting from your own reference photo that is just so much more rewarding than using somebody else's photo. I don't know what it is. You just feel a little bit more like fulfilled. Like you've taken this photo that you've taken yourself and you've turned it into a painting. It's just like more of that process. Um, so it depends really for the distortion. Thank you, Adeline or Adeline. Thank you so much for ordering the brushes. I really hope you enjoy using them. What are you planning on painting with them first? And then, as for the dealing with distortion from a reference photo, um, it's quite tricky to do, and it's only something that I'm really only just figuring out, is I don't need to be a slave to my reference photo. Because I used to just paint exactly what the reference photo was showing, and I didn't try to make any improvements, and I was just trying to get it to look as close to that reference photo as humanly possible. And that is not a good way to paint, or at least for me, it's not a fun way to paint. So I just sort of, if there's something that I'm not sure about on a reference photo, I will try and draw out a bit of that reference photo first. Or, because I use my iPad Pro for a lot of my mock-ups, I will take that reference photo, I will put it into my iPad, and I will try to make the adjustments on my iPad before I start painting. Sometimes I'll just do little sketches on paper, sometimes I'll paint it. It'll all be on the canvas. I won't like it very much, so I will then take like a piece of white charcoal or white pastel or a red pastel, a colour that shows up basically, and then I will literally draw straight onto the canvas to try and do the corrections. Well, basically, it's a lot of practice. We don't have elephants in the UK either. So I've definitely not taken my own reference photos for elephants, other than in zoos, but it's just not quite the same. Which is also why I want to sort of get out there and see a little bit more of the natural world, because you can see these animals in zoos, but it's just not the same as being out there, not even necessarily with them, but knowing they are in that place that you are. And that is their natural world, that is their kingdom. I just think it's amazing. And I just think doing that and seeing all these things and going to all these places will make me a better artist. Oh, that's amazing, Adeline. Or Adeline. Again, not sure how to pronounce everyone's names. I'm sorry if I am butchering them. Kingfishers are my favourite bird to paint. Like the blues and the greens and the purples that they get when the light's like reflecting, they're amazing. Amazing birds to paint. I've done quite a lot of kingfishers actually. A lot of the times on a branch overlooking water, and I really like putting like a light backlit effect on them because it really makes the colours pop a little bit more. Yeah, that's exactly right. It is just messing with it until it looks right. Just that's what happens with all my paintings. Just if something's wrong, just play around with it. What usually happens is it'll look wrong, I'll try and fix it. It will then get worse. I'll have a little bit of a meltdown, and then I'll come back to it and try and improve it. And usually, 3 or 4 times of doing that, it eventually starts to look better. Hi, Binu. Welcome all the way from India. I think it is absolutely critical to have a backup set with these brushes. I think the more of these brushes you can get, the better. These are the brushes, these literally the only brushes that I am going to be using for my paintings from now on. Definitely my acrylic paintings and a lot of my oil painting. Because sometimes I like to use a little bit of a stiffer brush for some parts of my oil painting. But for the vast majority of both of my paintings, these are the brushes that I will be using for everything from now on. 15% sold already. If you haven't yet got yourself a set, go and grab one. They are available through the links in the description and the pinned comment on the chat. Go and pick yourself up one before it is too late. Hi, Carinia. Welcome all the way from Australia. What time is it for you over there? Wow. Emily, you've seen so many amazing animals. I've seen, like, in the wild, like squirrel. Heard some owls, but I am not in a very sort of rural area. So, like, maybe a couple of rats, some sparrows. Like, not very exciting where I am. Well, that's amazing. So, not only have you seen them, but you're also photographing them as well. Oh, well, thank you for staying up late. Yeah, that's pretty much all we've got. Squirrels. And not even the red ones. Okay. Gonna make a start on the rocks now. I'm pretty happy with this so far. In fact, no, I'm not. I'm gonna just bring some of this light a little bit more towards the shadows. There's a little bit too much shadow on this side of it so far. So I'm just putting a little bit of burnt sienna in there just to red it up a little bit. Hi, Heather. Nice to see you too. That's where I'm from, Bolton. That's where I grew up. Amber's mum and dad live in Anglesey, so they've got like quite a nice open garden. And there's occasionally some nice pheasants. There was a golden pheasant there that is a beautiful bird. Unfortunately, we've not been able to take photos of it, but we've seen it a few times. It's been spotted a few times in real life. And that is definitely something that I need to look into painting. I think it's the same for me as well, Beverly. I think I prefer animals to people, really. Hey, Linda. Thank you for joining, and thank you very much. I'm really glad that my work and my videos are an inspiration for you. I remember, Heather. I remember you showing me your work. Did I have a problem with seeing right colours on reference pictures at the beginning of your art career, e.g.? Yes. Yes, I did have problems and still do have problems with my colours. I struggle very much with choosing the right colour, which is why I do a lot of glazing in my work, because I can never, ever, ever get it right on the first go. And also, one thing I am starting to learn is it doesn't need to be exactly perfect. So I'm sort of like giving myself a little bit more leeway with my colours. As long as it's close, as long as it's the right value, so as long as it's the right sort of light or dark, it should be okay. It doesn't really matter what hue it is. So one tip that I do when I am painting and I'm struggling with the colours, or I'm looking at a painting and I'm thinking, that colour doesn't quite look right, I will take a photo of my piece and turn it to black and white and just check if the value is right. Check if it's too light or too dark. And usually, by then adjusting it based on that, it's enough that you don't have to really mess around with the colour too much. It's just making it a bit lighter or darker. So at the minute, all I'm really doing is just adding a little bit more variation. To the shadows and to the lights, and we're just making it clear that this is his little body. Plenty of kangaroos, I bet. They're probably as common as squirrels here in the UK. So I'm just going to grab a quick drink. Oh, well, thank you very much. That is sort of something that I am trying to evolve in my work. I'm not just trying to make a painting. I'm not just trying to copy a photograph exactly. I am for this piece. I am just copying the photograph. I'm not really adding anything to it because I'm just painting a cute little meerkat that people can follow along at home. But with my original pieces, I do want that mood. I want something that really draws you in and, yeah, stops and makes a person say, wow. And it's hard. It's so hard making paintings like that because the not only do you have to get the subjects, but you also have to get the background and the mood right. So there's a technical aspect to it, which is the like details and the highlights and the shadows. But then there's also the emotional side of it, and that is the hardest part of it, in my opinion. Like so difficult to do. Let's get a little bit of these rocks done, just so it's not sat on this like weird little blob. And fire away questions. Hi, Rafiki. Welcome. Where are you joining us from? In Acheron, thank you very much, and no problem. I hope you're enjoying the tips. I think we're all trying to figure it out, and if I can help you figure it out through my videos, then I am really glad. And if you do figure something out, do share it with me. Let me know. So, oh, nice. So, few Australians with us, haven't we? And we've got a couple from the USA. I remember Florida, Oklahoma. Is anyone said they're coming from Poland? Is anyone joining us that's from Poland? Please do say hi. So I'm just coming in with the shadows of the rocks, and I used to be really, really thick with the paint that I was doing with my rocks. I would. Hi, Luna. Oh, are you from Poland? Hi, Patricia. Welcome. Welcome from Alabama. So many people from all over the world. It is amazing to have you all here. And back to the rocks as well that I was just painting before I forget my train of thought. So I used to paint with really, really solid paints with my rocks. And I figured, and there was always something that wasn't quite right with them. So now I just use very, very thin paints and I just build up these marks with really, really thin paints. And because it's so thin and because you get lots more variations in the opacity of it, in the colour, it just makes everything a little bit more interesting and a little bit better, basically. And it's not a quick process, slow process, but it's more effective than just going in with like a palette knife and just going. Doof, doof. Hey Rob, oh brilliant, thank you. Nice of you to join us as well. What are you working on at the minute? I'm so new to the Discord. Uh, I do try and look at it every day, but sometimes I forget. And if there are any questions on there that are for me in the feedback bit, I will try and answer them as best as I can. But I really want the Discord chat for everyone on the community tier on my Patreon. I really want it to turn into a proper community of people that are interested in wildlife art that can sort of just be free and feel like they can comfortably share their work and get feedback and opinions and just general inspiration. Hi, Corinne. So, how do you suggest creating mist with acrylics? Layering washes or scumbling, maybe? Love your artworks and tutorials. Thank you very much. Well, honestly, you've hit the nail on the head there. Hi, Ravenger 101. Welcome. You've hit the nail on the head there with exactly what you do. With mist with acrylics, I would start with some very, very thin washes, and then towards the end, I might do a couple of glazes. Not glazes, sorry. I will do a couple of scumbling. And for anyone that doesn't know what scumbling is, it's sort of when the paint's really dry, you take a little bit of paint on a dry brush and just sort of very, very carefully scrub it into the surface of the canvas. And it just leaves a little bit of paint in like random places. And that is very, very effective for mist as well. Sometimes if it's like a dusty mist, I'll also get an old toothbrush and flick some paint over the surface of the painting as well, which I also find quite effective. I think having a community, especially in the art world, is super, super important. Um, like some people see it as other artists as competition, but I don't. I don't. We're a community, and we're there to learn from each other, help each other, and draw inspiration from each other. Really, I think that's the most important thing. Like I don't know about you or any other artists that are out there, but when I go and do exhibitions and things, like I've got one coming up in Liverpool on the Wirral at the end of July, and it's a wildlife art specific exhibition that I do, and it's called Exhibition Wildlife Art. And seeing all the work and chatting to all of the other artists that are there, I just come away feeling so inspired afterwards. And I just cannot wait to get home and start painting the next piece. And I think it's that chatting with so many creative, like minded people that does that, which is why this is really nice. I really need to do more of these live chats, live paintings, because it's so nice being able to talk with everyone. Thanks, Ravenger. I'm hoping it will start to get better. Like, unfortunately, we've done the quick bit. We've done the bit where it starts to like come together from nothing, and the rest of it is all quite slow progress at the minute. It's all very thin washes, lots of layering. Oh, fantastic. We've sold 50 already. There's only 250 sets left. So if you do want a set, again, go and get one. Get two, get three, get one as presents for friends and family. Great Christmas gift or birthday gifts. But there are links to the brush sets in the description and a pinned comment in the chat if you've not yet got one. Or if you've got one already, go and get a second one. Why not? Treat yourself. Oh, it is messy. I don't know, you probably can't see, but there's loads. This was a nice white desk, and it's now full of loads of paint splatter because of a painting that I was doing with acrylics the other day. In fact, let me just show you that. I'll just go and grab that and show you that one because that is a brand new painting. Again, I've filmed, but I've not yet put on YouTube just yet. So it's some turtles swimming in the sea. So it's going to go on YouTube, and I did actually do a Patreon tutorial as well for this little guy at the top. Can I get it in there? The guy at the top, I've done a tutorial for him. I'm just going to put this over here. Of course we can see the box, because it's an amazing box. I was so impressed. In fact, let me just switch the screen to this one. No, let's go back to this one. I'll show you a box here. So this is the box. The turtles are in acrylic as well. Like, if you've not seen it already, the video where I designed this cover is a great video, probably one of the ones that I've put the most effort into making. So if you've not watched it already, please do go and give it a watch. And if you watched it already, go and watch it again. But the box is fantastic. Like, I am so impressed. When I got sent these, it was just like, oh my God. They aren't just a brush set, they are something that you can keep forever. Obviously, the brushes are out at the minute because these are the ones that I'm using. And this is the inside with another turtle painting that I did a few years ago. But I will be keeping hold of these box sets because I've never had paintbrushes that come in as nice a box as this before. I'm just going to open it one more time. It's a nice magnetic seal, which is the quality of the packaging and the quality of the brushes are actually amazing, and some of, if not the best brushes I've ever actually used. And I know I am selling the brushes, but I wouldn't sell them and wouldn't say those things if I didn't think it was true. We've worked together with Craftamo to create some of the best brushes for this kind of painting, for wildlife painting, for portrait painting, for landscape painting. I would use these brushes for whatever painting that I was going to be doing. These are genuinely my go-to brushes now for everything that I do. Let's try and get a little bit more of this done so we can actually get finished. But I'm planning on staying live for a few hours. So really, I'm planning on staying live until this is done. So whether that is at 4 o'clock, which it won't be because that's 50 minutes away and it won't be done. That is this brush that you're talking about. So the short-handled liner brush, which is for whiskers, for things like grass, for things like lion manes, anything where you need long controlled strands. This is the brush that I use. I found a lot of liner brushes that you get have a really long handle, which is great if you are someone that works very far away from your paintings. But I like to work quite close. I work flat like this sometimes. I like to rest my hand on the canvas sometimes. And this short handle, this one here, just gives me that little bit more control than with a longer handle brush where the handle's like sticking out all the way over here. So this fantastic brush. I will probably use this brush for the whiskers up here, but that'll be towards the end of this painting. You know what? This is the first meerkat painting that I've ever done. I've never actually painted a meerkat before. How weird is that? I don't know why I chose this. I think I just wanted something a little bit different. And I was going to do a lion, but then I thought, oh no, I've done a lion already for the brush set. And then I thought a tiger, but then everyone always does tigers. So I thought, no, something that I've never done before, something small, something that's going to be cute. So I settled on a meerkat. Hi from Film Animations, welcome. Oh, I'm so glad that my work has been able to inspire you, and I'm glad you're giving acrylics a try and you're doing acrylic painting. I absolutely love working with acrylics. And I'm glad you're learning so much from my videos. And I hope you will continue to learn. I'm hoping I can carry on making videos that you will both enjoy and learn from for many, many years to come. If you've got any questions at all that you'd like to ask me, please do feel free to ask them in the chat. I'll try and answer them now as best as I can. Heather, you said about how did I get into wildlife art? I already answered that question earlier in the video, but just to sort of give you a little bit of a rundown, I've always been interested in nature. Oh, fantastic, Beverly. Thank you very much. And yeah, I don't use the same brushes for oils and acrylics because I don't want like if there's any leftover oil paint or any like thinners or anything from the oil painting that goes into the acrylic paints or vice versa, it's sort of like I don't know, I like keeping them quite pure and separate. My oil painting brushes are for oil painting and my acrylic painting brushes are for acrylics. I will never ever it's not too bad an acrylic brush going and being used for oils, but I will never, once a brush has been used for oil paints, I will not then ever use that for acrylics ever again. It will just remain an oil painting brush. I don't think you need to get, I think whoever is saying that oils are better in than acrylics are wrong. They are different and you can do different things with them. But you can also create just as effective paintings with acrylics as you can with oils. I think it takes a lot more time to create a highly rendered and well painted piece in acrylics, and it's quicker in oils. But there's no reason why you can't create amazing paintings. I think that thing of like oils being better than acrylics is something that's from a long time ago. A bit of prejudice that's come from sort of elitist painters, which is ridiculous because I know plenty of artists out there who use acrylics, who paint and make much better paintings than some oil painters that only use oils because they think they're too good for acrylics. It's strange, but you get that in every single sort of hobby or group of people. Always some people that think some things are better than others, but I'm happy using both. So 3-word crafter. I have to realise what is the best brand of acrylics to use for these paintings. Honestly, I do not have a favourite brand. I don't know what the best brand is. It is very much personal preference. I use such a wide variety of paints that I don't have like the same go-to paints that I use all the time. Um, it depends how you work, basically. So I'll come back to that question about the acrylics and how I work with acrylics and why the paints are different. Let me just have a look at all of the other comments real quick. So Beverly, I have a load of brush holders, so just so that you can see them. I've got like these bamboo brush holders that have all my paintings. So these are like all my round brushes and detail brushes. I've got one for like my flat brushes, and then I've got one that is solely for my oil painting brushes. So you can see there's some sort of synthetic brushes in here that have become oil painting brushes. So yeah, I try and keep them all separate. Um, okay. Prawn. I've never used water mixable oils over dried acrylic. I can't see there would be a problem. The only thing that I would be careful of is if you use really, really thick acrylic paint. I think if you use really, really thick acrylic paint, it might just be a little bit too flexible a surface for the oils, and the oils might just slip on that surface a little bit. Whereas if you use very thin, almost like washes, that really soak into the surface that you're painting on, I think using water mixable oils over the top of them would be no problem. Hi, Anya. Let's have a look at your question. So, do I have any charcoal drawings coming up? I don't have any charcoal drawings coming up at the minute, mainly because I am struggling for space of where to do them. In my new house, I don't have that big wall that I had that was in my old studio where I would do all my charcoal work. And I could also shut that studio off because the charcoals got everywhere. Like everything in that studio was covered in charcoal dust. Like the floors, the walls, the floors were stained because of there was that much charcoal dust just floating around in the air. And it was just a little bit bad for my health because I was doing so many big charcoal pieces. But also, I don't have the space now because I'm working in my house now. I don't have the space to do those big charcoal drawings. And I've got my wall easel. It's currently in my garage, but my garage is a tip. So once I eventually get around to sorting that out and putting that wall easel up, I will try and do some more large charcoals. But for the minute, I am just sticking to paintings just because they make a little bit less of a mess in my nice clean studio. In terms of the art show, I would recommend, like in hindsight, looking back, I would recommend getting together a body of work of similar pieces, but make them the best pieces that you can possibly make. So let's say if you made 10 pictures and 3 of them were significantly better than the others, take those 3. And then use the others as backup. Just put those 3 up and have those there. And I think getting out there and meeting people and selling your work is just as much of a skill as creating the paintings. So if you are doing art shows, I would recommend doing ones that you can actually be part of and actually turn up there to sell your own work, because it's great for feedback about your work. It's great for meeting people. It's great for practicing selling and talking to people about it. And the more that you do, the more that you learn. Like me and Amber have been doing them for 4, 5, 6 years now. Sometimes we've done 2 or 3 a year. And every single time I go, I learn something new. Um, so the wall board that I used, my dad made for me. I have told him that he should start a business making those boards because they are fantastic, and everyone always asks, where did I get it from and how did I make it? And I just think it'd be a great business opportunity for him. Um, so I'm not going to give too much away about that because it might be something that he looks into. But basically, my dad made it. It's just a wood with piece of wood with some holes drilled into it. It's nothing majorly complicated, but he just did such a good job with it, and everyone always comments on it. And then fun film animations. So about selling artwork as well. So you do not need a website to sell stuff, but I like to imagine your website is like your gallery space. It's your shop basically. It's where people can go to actually physically see your work and buy your work. Hi Shelley, welcome. Where are you joining us from? Yeah, I know the charcoal gets absolutely everywhere. Like when I'm working on the huge pieces, there is so much charcoal dust that it just gets in my nose. I like blow my nose days later, and I'm blowing my nose with like black charcoal because it's got everywhere. Towards the end, I made 16 pieces for a show in America, and then another 5 pieces for the same person who commissioned those. And by sort of the last 5 pieces, I just had to wear a respirator when I was doing the charcoal drawings because it was just getting so I was breathing so much charcoal in, and I should have been doing it much sooner. You don't really think about it. You think like with airbrushing because it's like ventilate, like it's airbrush paint, it's aerosol that you wear a ventilator. But with charcoal, I thought, oh no, it'll be fine. It's just dust particles. But no, it was just getting everywhere, and it can't have been good for me. I'm just getting a little bit of a lighter colour and really light's just going to come in and basically put more on these little rocks just with the filbert brush. I'm going over some of the darks, and because I'm using quite transparent paint, it's just going to create nice subtle transitions between everything. So anyone else that hasn't already spoken, or anyone that is already painting, but how are your paintings coming along? Anyone new that's joining us, what are you working on at the minute? And have you yet bought the brush set? Please do go and check them out because we do want to get as many of these sold today as possible so that we can break the record. I'm awful at remembering to wear the masks. Um, for 2 reasons. One, I'm filming a lot of the time, and I just sort of jump into the film aspect, and I don't want to be wearing a ventilator when I'm talking, or not a ventilator, a respirator when I'm talking. So I just completely forget to put it on. How many sets have we sold now? We must be over 50. Is there anyone that's just joined us? Please do say hello. Hi Tom, these brushes are very soft brushes. I like a very soft synthetic brush. I don't want them too hard. They are not as soft as like watercolor brushes. So they aren't like floppy, but they are relatively soft brushes. Like, let me see if I can show you that. So look, I mean, these are a little bit used now, so they got a little bit of paint on them, but look how soft that is. But it's still got a little bit of stiffness to it, so it holds its shape well. Oh, fantastic. Nearly 20% sold already. Can we get that up to 30 by 4 o'clock? It's half an hour. Let's try and do it. So lots of comments coming in, so I'm going to try and answer questions. Routine every day. I sort of just get up and then I will look at Instagram, see if I've got any emails, and then just sit down to paint. If I'm being very honest, since I went full time, I'm very relaxed. I'm probably a little bit lazy, um, if I'm being very honest. I was definitely working harder when I was part time or when I was actually full time teaching, when I was just trying to scrape in every minute of every day painting. Whereas now I feel just a little bit more laid back. So I don't really have a routine. I just paint when I feel like painting. Like at the minute, yesterday I finished that deer painting, and then the rest of the day was spent building a pizza oven in my garden. So it's just all, I'm just taking every day as it comes, basically. Oh, what kind of animation are you working on at the minute? Hi, Ken. So I didn't use a retarder for this one because I'm only planning on painting this piece today. I'll only use the retarder if I'm working on a painting for multiple days or even weeks. So for me, because I'm just using the acrylics and I'm in the UK, it's not particularly very hot. It's quite humid today. These paints aren't going to dry out very quickly. And as well, I've put so much paint down that those big blobs of paint aren't going to skin over or dry out in the time that I'll be painting today. And also, if I do see it sort of like getting a little bit dried out, I can just come and take a little bit of a spray with some water in. You can see that, and I just give them a little bit of a spritz, and that just keeps them wet. Um, Heather, um, you're working on a baby portrait. I have done a few baby portraits, and they are so hard. I find them so much more difficult to do than adults. I think it's just the softness and roundness of the face is is really difficult for me to do. I like hard edges. and that softness. I really struggled getting likenesses of babies. Um, in terms of galleries, I think you do not need to work with a gallery to be able to sell your paintings. You do not need to do it at all. You can build a clientele and collectors yourself. However, I do still think there is a place for galleries. I think there are still there are loads of people in this world that I know it's shocking to say do not use Instagram, do not use Facebook, do not use social media. And I don't know if you watch TV, but this is something that I always like to think when I'm doing work and trying to advertise, is I have never ever seen an advert for a Lamborghini or a Ferrari on TV. Like I've seen Ford adverts, I've seen Kia adverts, Honda adverts, but the people that are buying those luxury sports cars, they're not watching TV. So there's no point doing adverts. So I think that as much as you can build an audience and buyers of your work through social media, I think the people that are buying big paintings and buying paintings for big money are still just going to those galleries. So I think it depends on the kind of caliber of artist you are and the kind of work that you create, whether you go down a gallery route or you go down building a community route. Just out of curiosity, for everyone with friends that don't have TV or Facebook or anything like that, do they buy art? And if they do, where do they get it from? Felicia, I will do a bit of both, really. If I'm being very honest, this chatting and talking has made me very, very productive. This is probably the most I have sat still painting in one sitting for a long time. Usually I'll have like little 10-minute breaks here or there. But having this chatting, it just distracts me a little bit and keeps me motivated to actually carry on painting. Hi, Keisha. Welcome. Jinx. Hopefully your wife's not listening to the chat. Sector, I think we've got a question about shipping. I think maybe the best step is to go onto the website and have a look for yourself, Liam. That might be the quickest way to find out. So I think that is the best way, Lily, to start an art business. If I was going to start an art business now from scratch, I would start by selling to people in my local area. That would be who I get to. Like that would be where I start. I would think about starting a social media channel, but I would prioritize my sales for people in the real world in my local area that then when they have people around to their houses and someone likes their art, they can go, oh, I got it from this artist. And then it's a little bit more word of mouth because Instagram and social media is so up and down that it's good to have that sort of base market of real life people to sit and buy your work or to show around your studio, to show your work in person. It's always much easier to sell work in person than it is online because you don't necessarily know what you're getting online. But in person, obviously, it's right there in front of you. So let's get moving a little bit more with these rocks. Now I want to go darker again, so I'm just going to take a little bit of black, a little bit of burnt umber, and just water that down. I might actually take a little bit of a burnt sienna as well and just red that up a touch. Again, watering that brush down quite a lot. Yeah, so that's where a lot of people will buy their art, and yet it usually prints. And I am having a little bit of an overhaul of all the prints that I sell, really. I am going to make them a little bit more exclusive. So I'm not going to do prints of all of my work. So you might have seen that on my Instagram, if you follow me on Instagram, that I did a story a bit ago saying that all my prints are going to be coming off my website at the end of July. So all of the prints that are on there currently, once July comes, or once the end of July comes, that's it. Those prints will never ever be available again. And I'm gonna start doing a few prints or smaller releases of prints different times of the year. Just because I just want to make them a little bit more exclusive. And things like art markets or when people get artwork and like artwork that you see on walls and in the range or like, in shops that are just mass produced work. I think with the evolution of AI and things, that mass produced lots of the same picture, it's too easy to do, which is why I am trying to sort of reduce the number of prints. So they are a little bit more exclusive. My prints are currently made by a company called Zabbage with a Z, like cabbage. Hi, Chrissy. Welcome from Vermont. I am glad my videos have been helping you out. Glad you're enjoying them. I don't actually have red oxide on my palette today. I've got black, raw umber, burnt sienna, raw sienna, yellow ochre, cadmium yellow, or in fact that's a primary yellow, and a white. But I have used red oxide in the golden paint, and that is an amazing colour. So anyone that has just joined, I'm not sure how many people are actually in the chat at the moment. How many people are watching the videos? I can't see all of the all those analytics because I'm painting away. So if anyone can actually see how many people have actually joined the live chat, that'd be fantastic to let me know. And anyone that has just joined, please do. Ah, oh, awesome, 53, nice. Thank you. Anyone that has just joined, if you haven't yet, please do purchase a set of my brushes. This is what I'm using at the minute. I have links in the description and a pinned comment with the links to where you can get them through the Craftamo website. It's an awkward time, I think, for a lot of people. In Australia, people were going to bed. In America, people were just waking up. Me, it's the middle of the day. So unless you're off work, who's going to be watching the video. Hi, BFA Artworks. I am glad my paintings and videos are an inspiration for your artwork. If you've got any questions, please do ask away. Now is your chance. Yeah. Oh, very nice. What are you teaching? Oh, nice. One thing that I want to do is do an acrylic course for absolute beginners because I think my anyone who's on that is on Patreon, um, because I think at the minute my acrylic videos are maybe tailored a little bit for people that have painted with acrylics before, and I think I want to create an absolute beginner acrylic painting course for people, and I think that might be quite helpful. I think if you feel like you could do things better now, even if it's just doing a little glaze or adding a little bit of shadow or adding some highlights here and there, I think it's worth going back to old paintings. Just slowly building up our variation. Okay, I'm going to start using a different brush now. So I'm going to start using the number 3 round brush. And I'm going to use, I still want to get these rocks done, really. But then I want to move back onto the meerkat. So I'm going to just take the round brush and I'll go a little bit more yellow, a little bit more sun-kissed with these rocks. So I'm going to take both of my yellows, just mix them together, and a little bit of the raw sienna, just to start off with. And then I'm going to take a little bit of raw umber and just grey it out a little bit. I don't want it too saturated, this colour. And then I'm just going to use this and just repeat the process. I'm just coming in, glazing these blobs of colour, just randomly pretty much. Just over all of these areas of rock. I'm hoping to do more lives, yeah. I don't think I will do them live on YouTube like this. I think I'm planning on doing more lives for people on Patreon, for my community tier members, mainly just because I don't think I'm going to do whole paintings. I'm going to do lives of parts of my original paintings, so the bigger pieces that I work on, like that you see on YouTube that aren't necessarily tutorials. Thanks, Heather. Again, anyone that is just joining, anyone that's watching, anyone that's new, Please do let me know if you buy one of the brush sets. I would love to thank you personally. The only thing to sort of be aware of with gessoing over old paintings is you can't do it with oil paintings. So you can only gesso over old acrylic paintings. If you gesso over oil paintings, it will just eventually crack and all fall off, and you don't want that. Slowly getting some semblance of some rocks now. Get in there. I have missed a lot of the conversations, but I did see something coming up about me contributing something to an animation, and I think it was singing. And I'm going to tell you, nobody wants to hear that. It depends what kind of varnish you use. A retouch varnish, you would be able to continue working over the top if you wanted to. And I mean, you could paint over the top of the varnish, and I have done in some instances. However, it's the paint doesn't really stick very well. You definitely don't. I am. You will all leave. Everyone will leave if I started singing. I have the worst singing voice in the world. I cannot carry a tune. I do not know lyrics to songs. You, it will never ever happen. Even my own family leave if we're doing karaoke when I start singing. They all do one. Hi, Ida. My favourite varnish. If I am doing oil paints, I will use Gamvar, or more recently, a Winsor and Newton retouch varnish spray, which I've found. And that was on the recommendation of a couple of other artists who I've talked to. And then I also like the Liquitex glossy varnish, which is a non-removable varnish, which I use as a base layer for my acrylics, and then varnishing base layer for the acrylic varnish, and then I will use the Winsor and Newton glossy varnish spray over the top. And then if I want a really, really glossy paint or glossy finish, I'll use a Daler-Rowney brush varnish. They're just the ones that I use because they are the ones that are the most easy for me to get hold of. They're the ones that are in my local shops. Yeah, okay. If I had a few pints, then maybe you'd get me singing. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Jinx. So fading is a problem with acrylics or oils if you leave them in direct sunlight for too long. Um, Cheaper acrylics that aren't as light fast can fade a little bit quicker. And the varnishes that I use, so I mentioned that Daler-Rowney varnish and the Winsor and Newton varnish, they all have UV protection. Oh, well, it's 9:50 there. I can go and have a pint. Hi, Sylvan. So, for prints of my work, I will photograph the piece. I've got a relatively decent camera, so I'm capable of photographing them at home myself in my studio. I'll then edit it on Photoshop to get it as close to the reference photo as possible. And then I send it off to a printer. Like there's loads that I've used. One that I'm using at the moment is called Zabbage, and they are producing really good quality prints at the moment for me. Hi Satnam, welcome. If you've got any questions, please do ask away. I think if I start singing the live stream and everyone's glass will break. So I know I'm not sure about the light fastness or the longevity of using like household polyurethane and things. I don't really know that much about it. Um, I just use the varnish because I want my paintings to last hundreds of years. Basically, if you're bothered about them lasting longer than your lifespan, then I would recommend probably investing in slightly more expensive varnish. I mean, but with the polyurethane, they're probably still going to last much longer than us. Hi, CMMS. Welcome. I hope you're having a good day at work. Thank you for joining. And yeah, please, if you do purchase a brush set, you can purchase one now if you'd like. They are available. Um, and there's a special offer on today, so they're a little bit cheaper today. There's a link in the description and a link in the pinned comments with a link as well. And let me know when you purchase one so I can thank you personally. Yeah. I tried singing my youngest to sleep many years ago. She cried until I stopped. That's brilliant. Um, my favourite canvas to paint on. Um, really nice canvas to paint on from Great Art, their own brand, but really hard to get hold of and really long wait times. Um, my favourite thing to paint on though is a gessoed board that I prepare and make myself because I like how smooth the surface is. I can get the texture to exactly how I want it, which is good for how I work, and it's also really good for painting details. Smoother surfaces are much better for the details. Ida, so what animal are you painting? And by the coat, do you mean it's fur coat, or do you mean like for the first coat of paint? Yeah, like a wood board that I use. Yeah, so like a wooden panel. I've done one of my YouTube videos shows how I prep the panels. Um, so using oils and fur, I like to use the softness of the oils to my advantage. So I will, when I'm painting with oils, I will keep the fur relatively soft. So I won't be thinking too much about the details, and it's just literally lights and shadows and brushstrokes in the direction of the fur. Like, I wouldn't be going in with a tiny, tiny little brush like I do with acrylics. I think acrylics, because you can't get that blend as well, they're much better for the tiny little details. Whereas with oils, I like that like nice painterly look. I don't think Amber will join us soon. Um, Cav, I did both. So when I first started out selling my paintings, I was in school. So I was probably like 12, 13, and I was selling like pictures to my teachers of their pets and things like that. And then I started selling work on Instagram back in the days when Instagram was really good for artists and selling selling pictures, and just when it was just like simple photo posts that you could do of finished artwork. Those were the days. Does anyone remember those days? Um, so that's when I first started selling my work. And then there was also basically art shows and fairs. The first, I'd done art competitions. So the David Shepherd Wildlife Artist of the Year competition, I had entered that. And that was the first sort of like big painting that I sold, or big piece that I sold. It was a charcoal. And then the year after that, I actually met Amber again through that same competition. And Amber's my fiance, just in case anyone didn't know. She's an artist as well. And I met Amber, and she'd done art fairs and art shows, and she sort of got me into all the art fairs and the art shows. And now we go and do them together. And I think every possible avenue that you can use to try and sell your art, the better. The more things that you can do, especially if you're trying to become a full time artist, the more things that you can do, the more things that you can get your people, like places that you can have your art, even if it's like making prints of your art and having it in shops or having it in restaurants in your local area. It just gets your name out there a little bit more. And I think Amber's joined us. Thank you, Amber. I'm sure you'd be doing just as good a job on the meerkats, if not better. You've probably done it faster than me. You're too busy chatting. Thank you. Oh, and congratulations. Good luck with your wedding. When are you getting married? Remember, if you've just joined, Heather was at Bolton. So she came to Bolton and showed us some of our work. So showed us some of her work. John Doe, hi. So they are relatively soft. I'm not sure. I've never used synthetic squirrel hair before, so I am not sure how to sort of compare it. My only real sort of, they are not as stiff as oil brushes, and they are not as soft as watercolor brushes. They are stiff enough to hold their shape, but they aren't flopping around on the canvas, because I don't want them. They needed to be able to hold up to a little bit of scrubbing if they need to, because I like to. I'm very much a scrubber of paints. You're not supposed to, but I really do like to like make my brushes work for it, basically. When I'm mixing paints. I don't know if you can see it, but like I am covering the paint, the brush in paint, which a lot of traditional artists would say you probably don't do that. You don't want to get your paint all the way onto the ferrule, but ah, I don't care. So you're going a little bit lighter, just putting a few little highlights just in these rocks. I'm going to come in and put some darks in as well. Just trying to add a little bit more variation onto the rocks because it's looking a little bit lumpy at the minute. And I want it looking a little bit more, so like a dune, a bit sandy. Yeah, she does have her own. She's got her own Instagram. Amber, do you wanna? You can comment your Instagram if you're still there, so that people can give you a follow. Yeah, I think a lot of people are guilty of the scrubbing. The feeling of getting a sale is like unbelievable. It's such a good feeling selling something that you've created. You get such like a high from it. It's mad. And then when you go to art fairs, so me and Amber went to an art fair, the one that we're going to again, in at the end of July. Last year on the opening night, Amber sold so many pieces, like the most of anyone at the show on the opening night, and I was just sat there not selling a single thing. And I got so down. It was unbelievable. I got so down, I got so moody, and I was like, oh my God, my paintings aren't good enough. They're rubbish, and I should have done more. And then the next day, I sold 5 pictures. And then the next day after that, I sold another 2 pictures. And I ended up selling the most in the show, which was amazing. But you have up days and down days, and it's mad how much selling the picture can just like bring your mood up. Amber is a wildlife artist as well, so she does pretty much the same kind of paintings that I do. Um, my camera can do raw, and I started doing raw pictures, but I don't. If I'm being very honest, I don't know what that actually means, and I am not very good. So I just sort of take the highest res JPEG I can, and I usually use that, and that's usually good enough for what size print I will be doing. In terms of favorite brands of paint, don't really have favorite brands. I will just use what I can get hold of at the moment. Um, there's a couple of brands that I'd like to get sponsored by. Um, Well, that's mainly because I want to be able to do lots and lots of big paintings, and I just can't afford to buy all the paint that I want at the minute. And we've just bought a house, so lots of money going into the house at the moment. And when I've already got loads of art supplies, I can't really justify going buying loads more. Ah, fantastic. 60 sets sold. Brilliant. Let's see if we can get to 100 by the end of this live stream. That'll be absolutely amazing. Okay. Get in there with the rocks. You've seen that it's a bigger file. Like, so my camera that I'm using, I'm pretty sure it was taking like 45 megabyte sized images, maybe even bigger with the raw files, and like 20 with the large JPEGs. I'm just not amazing with photography, really. I have never used ink washes. However, the brushes that these Studio Wildlife brushes will be great for doing the ink washes. I think they're a little bit more like watercolor paint, so quite wet. But the way that I use my acrylic paints is quite watered down and quite wet anyway. So it's very similar to using ink. So if you haven't, I would pick up a set of these Studio Wildlife brushes. Definitely. Um, Fun film. I would say just do it. Basically, just start a YouTube channel and try and be as consistent as possible with it. So try and bring out a video every week if you can to start off with, and try to put yourself in it as much as possible. Try and, like, when I first started, I was just sort of doing the tutorials, my voice, and those videos were doing good. People were enjoying those. But then when I started to actually be in the videos and like a little bit more about me, it just felt a little bit more personal, and I enjoyed making those videos a little bit more. It felt like I was chatting with people like this. And I think doing that and getting yourself out there and being a little bit more personable with everything is the way to grow a YouTube channel, and a way to grow on like Instagram as well. I think the more personal you can be, the better. It's not just a photo sharing app or a video sharing app to share your work. Share yourself as well. Create a little community that follow you. That's the best way. That's how I like to think of Instagram. It's not about sharing my work. It's not an art account. It's an account about me, and I'm an artist. It did take me a long time to be good on camera as well, or to be. Hi, Isha, welcome. Like, I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, I can't do that. I can't be on camera." I am still terrible on camera. I'm okay when I'm doing stuff like this because I'm focusing on painting, I guess. Um, I still obviously make a load of mistakes. I mix up my words and I say and make funny faces. But when I'm filming my actual like YouTube videos, there's so many outtakes. There's so many things I get wrong all the time. It's not just like a natural thing for me. Oh, amazing, Penwolf. Let me know when you get one, and we'll do a little thank you. Link is in the description and at the top of the chat. I've pinned a little comment. When I was teaching, I think that was one of the things that allowed me to gain the confidence to be able to do the YouTube channel. I'll think about doing a blooper roll in my next video when I get some good bloopers. I don't like using the term algorithm. I've just stopped using it. I stopped using it for Instagram. I stopped using it for YouTube. And I just think about audience instead of algorithm. And I'm just trying to create videos that I think my audience will like. And I'm not worried about the algorithm or doing things like that. I just want to create engaging and entertaining videos. And I think that is the way to go about it. I think as soon as you start thinking about algorithms and things like that, I think you lose that. You forget that it's real people watching what you're creating, and it just makes it all a little bit impersonal and a little bit mechanical almost. So I just like to think, are my audience going to enjoy this? And then if they don't, I'm like, right. So if it doesn't do as well, I'm like, right, why might my audience not have enjoyed that one as much? And then I try and make loads of changes with my next video. So I think at the end of the day, if your audience, some of your audience will see the video. If it's good, they'll like it. Yeah, I don't feel particularly big fooled. I did get a little present from YouTube the other day, though. I got a little. Let me just show you this, actually, which I found was pretty cool. It was just a nice little thank you. It's just a little light up little YouTube button. Let me just plug it in. Hopefully, the entire system doesn't crash when I plug this in. How cool is that? So I guess they are supporting me in that way, and they are offering advice and things, but nothing sort of super specific. It's just all general stuff. I'm just sort of happy creating away. It's another creative outlet for me. I like doing the videos. I like helping people. I like teaching people. I like sharing my tips. And I enjoy doing the editing and things like that. Just jumping onto Bev's and Chrissy's conversation, I found mountains and trees and things like that so difficult. I spent so long like focusing on the animals. I think I ignored the backgrounds, which is why I'm trying to jump into more backgrounds, more like environments and things, trying to build up that skill. Someone was saying about doing a cheetah as well. I missed your comment, and your comment has gone. I think it was something about being the first animal painting you'd ever done. Hopefully, you're enjoying it, and it will inspire you to do more. So I'm just using a tiny detail brush at the minute as well from the set. So this is a fantastic little detail brush. Like, I always get asked where I get these detail brushes from because I use them in all my paintings. And if I'm being very honest with you, they do not exist anymore. I cannot find them anywhere, which is why it was amazing to be able to create my own because brushes like this just don't exist anymore for some reason. So, I mean, I'd buy this entire set just for this brush. Okay. I'm going to come in and just put a few more little highlights now in those rocks, and then I'm going to pretty much call them done. I'm just going to go a little bit brighter. Just take some whites, a little bit of the raw umber, a little bit of the black, and create almost like a grey, and then take some of the yellow, mix that together, and then I'm just going to take this and just come in and put a few more little highlights. Oh, this little detail brush would be perfect for doing little oryx horns. Perfect. Amber's painting a pair of oryxes fighting. Hi, Erin. Thank you for purchasing one of the brush sets. I have always wanted to paint a warthog. Me and Amber, every time we go to a zoo, we always look at the warthogs and we go, they'd be so cool to paint. But I don't think anyone would ever buy one. I don't think I know anyone who would go, oh yeah, I've always wanted a warthog painting. So I think I'm sort of like limiting myself a little bit by not doing it because I'm always thinking about paintings that I want to sell rather than paintings that I just want to do for fun. And that is a trap. That is a big trap. Don't get caught painting things that you think other people want to see. Paint what you want to paint. Like for people starting art businesses, starting like trying to sell your work, stick with what you want to paint and don't let anyone else say, oh, you should be painting this, or like accept constructive criticism, of course, but you will find the people that are your niche, are your community, are people that are interested in the same things as you, and therefore are interested in the same art that you make. You've just got to find them, and it's about not giving up. Yeah, paint what you want to paint. Do the things that make you happy. Oh, lizards and snakes and anything with scales. No, thank you. No, thank you. They are so time consuming to paint. I am very impressed that you've managed to finish it. I agree. I do think having good brushes does make a difference. And I also think you need to take care of brushes. Like there's so many people that buy brushes and then ruin them in days because they just don't take care of them. They don't clean them properly. So, as well, there are cleaning instructions. So, on the Craftamo website, inside the box, there is a sheet, a little insert, and on that insert is a link to the cleaning instructions to take care of the brushes. Oh, prairie dogs. They are Amber Sister's favourite animal, the prairie dog. The bush dogs. Am I confusing a prairie dog and a bush dog? I might be. Well, Bev, just a little side thing there. Have you watched or seen my latest Patreon video that I've just posted about painting elephant skin? So it was in oils, but the same techniques work with acrylics as well. Just a little sort of behind the scenes of my latest elephant painting with a few little sort of like how to's on how I paint elephant skin. It was for this painting. Let me just show you. So many paintings on the go. Just drying, sat in my studio. So this big elephant painting that I finished a month ago now. It's been on YouTube. And yeah, this piece is actually sold now. It's sold within 1 day of posting it on Instagram and 1 day of finishing it. So it's just drying off now. It's been varnished and it'll be off to America very soon. But yeah, on my Patreon, I did a little bit of a sort of like behind the scenes video on how I painted some of the skin and some of the details on the skin. So yeah, go and check that out. Oh, amazing, Erin. Good brush cleaner is also really important. Oh, fantastic. That's only a really recent video as well. So it's mad that that's one of the things that I don't get with YouTube is obviously there's so many people interested in painting and things, but people are only really starting to see my videos now. Like after 3 years of posting on YouTube, they're only like I'm just getting new people every day, and people that have been like interested in art and interested in watching those videos. So it's like, why is YouTube not showing my videos to those people? Let's get a little bit more done on this meerkat. Thank you, Aaron. Um, I used a Winsor & Newton retouch varnish. I can't get it and show you because my tripod that is holding up my palette is blocking the door where I keep my varnishes. It's just a retouch varnish, a spray-on varnish. I have been using Ganvar, but I don't think this piece wants to be glossy. I think it wants a sort of like matte, sort of satiny look that this retouch varnish is given. So I've just left it with a few coats of that. Let's get this head done on this meerkat. Let's get his little face in a little bit more. So I'm going to use the round brush for this stage. So I'm just going to go in, get a little bit of black, a little bit of raw umber, just mixing those together. And then I'm going to use this and try and put his little nose in. This is where I end up going really quiet because now I'm really trying to concentrate. This is where the tongue comes out, the concentration face comes out. So if you see it, I apologise. I'm quite a happy little meerkat. Hi, Griffin. Sorry. Hi, Rafal. Welcome. Oh, nice. Painting a bull. What are you working in? Acrylics or oil paints? Let's get his eye in. I think once he's got a little eye, he'll look so much happier. So I'm going to just pop this brush to the side for now. We're going to come back to that small detail brush. Oh, nice. These brushes that I'm painting with, my Studio Wildife brush set, they are perfect for oil paints as well as acrylic paints. I'm working with acrylics at the minute, but these brushes I will be using for oils as well. So if you do want to get hold of one, and anyone else that is new to the chat and has just joined the video, please do go and buy yourself a set and let me know so I can thank you in person. You can find the link to the brushes in the description or on the chat at the top. I pinned a comment. They are probably the best brushes I've ever actually painted with. And we have sold over 60 now, I think. I think that was the last running total that we had. Brown, bit of black, little bit of burnt umber, and a bit of white. Just trying to kind of create a little bit of a purpley grey. I'm just using this small brush and we're just coming around the eye just a touch. Darker. Oh, fantastic. 70 sold. We've got a couple of hours left of my stream. Let's see if we can make it to 100. If you haven't bought one yet, please do go and get yourself a set or go and get one as a gift for someone else, someone that you know is interested in painting. Go and treat them to some nice brushes. I mostly use brush soap for cleaning oil paints, but you can use it for cleaning acrylic brushes as well. I tend to find it cleans the ferrules a little bit better than just water by itself. So it gets like the really dark paint. Do you know the paint that gets like really stuck right at the base of the brush. Hi Daisy May, thank you for ordering the brushes. Glad you're finding my videos helpful. And I cannot wait for you to be able to try them out. Coming in now, just using this small detail brush and just some dark, putting a few little sort of like the impressions of these strands of fur. Anyone got any questions? Anything going on? Has anyone got any nice wildlife related trips planned? Or just art related trips? Or just trips in general? To keep the conversation flowing. Has anyone got any other questions? Feel free to ask away. Now is the time. Oh, nice. I am quite an avid angler myself, but not the same kind of fishing, I would imagine. I am more of a carp fisherman here in the UK. Well, I love all kinds of fishing. See, fun film, that's exactly what I always tell myself I'm going to do. I say, I'm going to go to the zoo, and I'm not going to take photos, and I'm just going to sit there, and I'm just going to draw from life. And then I always take my camera just in case. And then I always just end up using my camera because I'm like, oh, what if I miss a great shot? But I need to actually just sort of sit down and just be like, right, no camera, just going to take a pad, take some sketching stuff, and I'm just going to sit there and sketch away. Then, so Korea, do you mean cool and warm colours, as in like blues versus like reds, essentially? In which case, they're pretty similar. The same concepts that you use for cool and warm colours with oils, I'd apply those to acrylics as well. Oh, this brush is so good for these size paintings for the fur. See you, Heather. Thank you for joining. And I hope to see you on another live soon. And then Penwolf. So I will rinse with hot water, but not boiling hot because I don't want to like dissolve the glue. So I prefer using hot water for cleaning my brushes. But yeah, again, not mad hot. I have absolutely no idea what weighted jug lines are. I can hazard a guess, but can you explain how that works? So yeah, I have walked into so many posts because I've been faffing around with my camera. Happens to everyone. No need to be embarrassed about it. I love this brush for the fur. It's just making it so easy. For these dead thin lines. Oh, it's been so long since I've worked with a detail brush like this. I just couldn't get hold of them anywhere. Just building up some lights over the darks. I get a little bit of some muzzle hairs in. Oh, that sounds cool. Wow, that's a pretty big fish. The fish in America get so much bigger than here in England. The fish in there is so much more diverse. It's the fishing everywhere. KJ, thank you for buying the brushes. Thank you very much. Are you going to be using them for acrylics or for oil paints or for something entirely different? Oh, get two sets. Like, treat yourself to a second set. Use one for oil and one for acrylics. That's what I'm doing with mine. He's starting to look like a little bit more of a happy little meerkat now. Let's try and get a little bit more detail under his chin. So I'm just going to take a little bit of the burnt sienna, a little bit of black, just to desaturate it. Then a little bit of white. That is too red, so I'm going to take some yellow ochre in there. Mix that in. I'll go a little bit darker. Spray it off just a touch more. Oh god, so many chats have just popped up. Okay, yeah, I've just seen your message about videos. I'm really glad that you're finding the videos helpful and you're learning a lot from them. Like, that is my main goal with my videos, just sharing tips, hoping everyone enjoys them. I think 2 sets is the only answer. Oh no, fun film. I am 100% using a reference. The reference is just on my monitor, just above me. My reference is just up there. So it's a reference that I took myself at a zoo, and the actual reference photo is available for my patrons if they want to like follow along and paint this at home. Get his little jaw in. I'm hoping once we get some whiskers in and once we get his eye in and a few more lights on his face, he really, really starts to pop. Thanks, Beverly. Chav, I've done a little bit. I've done sculpting once. So let me just show you. Amber, for my birthday, bought us a sort of like sculpting workshop to go to. And I sculpted. Oh my god, it's so heavy. This, this owl out of clay. It was air dry clay because we drove quite a way for it, so it's probably not the best, and it's a little bit crumbly. But I really enjoyed it. It was really fun. But this is really the only 3D sculpture work that I've ever done. Coming back. He just lives with me in my studio. He lived in my old studio as well, and he is also covered in charcoal dust. So you remember what I was saying earlier? If you've joined, I used to do massive charcoals, and I get covered in dust. Everything that was in that studio covered in dust. Oh, amazing! 75 sets. Come on, we can get another 25 sold by the end of this video. Oh, fantastic, Daisy May. Thank you very much. I don't know. I wasn't planning on painting it. I was going to leave it just as it is. I quite like the effect of just the clay by itself. That's the owl, I think, that we're talking about there. We could paint over it, I guess, but I like it just as it is, I think. Let's get this eye in. Let's give him a cute little eye. So I'm going to give him a little bit of a sienna eye, first of all. A little bit of brown. Just under his eye, just like that. And then the raw sienna straight over the top of that. Just using this tiny detail brush. Then you just blend those in together. Just ever so slightly. And then, oh, I've not got my blue. I'm just going to add a tiny little bit of blue just to my palette, just for this tiny little reflection in the eye. Trying to darken off the eye just a touch as well. It's quite a dark eye. They've got quite beady little eyes, meerkats. Just glazing a little bit of black over what I've done. Even a little bit of that showing through. And then I'm going to take some of that blue, mix it with a little bit of black, and this bluey colour, a little bit of burnt umber, a little bit of white. Just create a little bit of a bluey grey colour. I think that reflection in the eye is one of the most important parts of a painting, especially with like wildlife. And the reference photo itself, there's not actually that much reflection in the eye. So I am sort of like making this bit up. Like you can't really see it very well. Looking simples. You can sell this to compare the market. And tiny, tiny, tiny little dots. Pure white. Just to finish it off. Then I want a little bit more sort of detail around the eye itself. So just trying to give him a little bit of an eyelid. A bit more light around his eyes. Just trying to add a little bit more form to his head as well. Anyone, any other questions or anything they'd like to chat about while we're all here? A little bit lighter with this sort of grey colour. Put a little bit of the raw sienna in there. Then my biggest tip, and the thing that I've learned, well, that has taken me a long time to learn, is you don't want to overwork your fur. I tend to go a little bit overboard with it, and I tend to put a little bit too much detail in it. That's starting to stop now, but a lot of that time, a lot of that detail, you don't really need to do. I think the best thing to do is if you have a pet, go and actually physically like look at your pet. You don't actually see all of the tiny strands when you're actually looking at the animal. It's only when you look at photographs that you see all those tiny little details. And you can create an amazing painting without having all of those tiny, I know I'm saying this as I'm painting a tiny, tiny detail in the eye of this meerkat, but you can really sort of simplify the fur down a little bit more. I'll show you what I mean as we get down into this fur a little bit later on. I'm going to actually use a bigger brush as we start moving down into this fur. Just want to get his head done. So I'm going to get a little bit more yellow, a little bit of white, a little bit of raw sienna, Just try and create a little bit of a lighter colour, but I still want to keep it quite saturated. So that's why I'm using this pop of this yellow. This bright sunlight sort of hitting his face. For some reason, my YouTube Live is saying I need to verify it's me to be able to continue. So I don't know what that is. Thanks, Penwolf. I am probably going to have to click this and see what happens because it's covered my entire screen. And I don't know how much you can actually still see. So fingers crossed the entire YouTube Live doesn't go off. But if it does, I will be back as quickly as I possibly can. Because I think it's counting down. So let me just see what happens here. What happens if I click learn more? Okay, 1 second. Hopefully it's still working. Okay, I think it's all back. Hopefully. Can you guys still see me? Perfect. Thank you. Let's get cracking. I get a little bit more of this light. I think it's because it was the first time I'd gone live. YouTube were a bit like, is this really you? You've never done this before. A little bit more light, just sort of hitting his eye, hitting the top of his head. It's touch just hitting his nose. Want him to be a really happy looking meerkat. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so now I'm going to try and do a little bit more of the fur down his back. And to do that, I'm going to be using the number 3 round brush. This is another great brush for fur. And we're going to start with a little bit of raw umber. I'm actually just going to mix it into, raw sienna. I'm just going to mix it into that yellowy colour that I was making before, and just a touch of yellow, and then a little bit of black, which is just going to desaturate it, make it a little bit more grey. Then I'm going to get some whites and just mix that in. There we go. Touch lighter with it. And then get some water. I just like to dry off the end of my brush because sometimes I get like little droplets forming here and it just ruins the painting because the droplet falls on it. And all I'm going to do is just start. I'm looking at my reference photo now. I'm just sort of starting to think about that fur direction a little bit more. And as I was saying with the fur earlier about overcomplicating it, make sure you leave gaps. Make sure you show some of that layer of paint underneath. And that is one of the biggest things that I wasn't doing. Yeah, I like to keep quite a limited palette with all my paintings. And these are probably like the staple colours that I use in every single one of my paintings. I will like add a little bit of green or a little bit of blue, a little bit of red here and there, but mostly I like to use like earthy tones. I don't often use them straight from the tube, so there is a bit of mixing that goes with it, but I'd love to be able to release like maybe another one of these sets, but include some paints in there as well, and like be able to do a full sort of like tutorial video that has all of the paints included, all of the brushes that need to be used for it, and like do sort of like with the sets, you get lifetime access to a tutorial. I think that'd be such a good idea. So I'm just sort of like letting the fur underneath show through, and also varying the strands of fur just a touch. So it's not all going in exactly the same direction. Some of it is a little bit looser or lighter than other sections. Some of it's a little bit more opaque. Some of it's a little bit more transparent. I'm just starting with this one colour and I'm going to build up more paint as I go. This is another great fur brush. All the brushes in the set are just, every single one of them has its own use and are the best brushes that I have used for each particular use. It's starting to get a little bit furrier. You probably can't really see much of the detail that I'm actually putting down at the moment on the video. You might be able to see some in the darker areas, but not as much in the lighter areas. It still needs to go a little bit lighter in those areas, and I also need to come back into the light areas with a few more darks, which sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but trust me, it works. So this is a great brush because it's so thin, but because it's quite long, it holds quite a nice quantity of paint. So you can really get a good area done before you need to put more paint on the brush. Has anyone new joined? Anyone that's not said hello yet? If you are new, just pop a message in the chat. Let us know who you are, where you're from. And then buy some brush sets. Hopefully we're getting a few more people from Europe now. It's getting to about 5 o'clock, so hopefully some people in the UK will finish work, check out YouTube, come and join the chats because they'll see their favourite YouTuber has just gone live for the last 4 hours. Well, thank you very much. It's A lot of practice, a lot of patience, and a little bit of a boring life, which is why I want to go and do more traveling. I'd love to do like an in-person art retreat. So like just meet up with a few people, go somewhere nice, and literally spend a week just maybe doing a couple of classes, maybe just doing some sketching, and then having some nice food, having nice chats. Hey Chris, not too far then from me in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it's still probably 4 or 5 hours away, but definitely closer than Australia and Austria, Poland, Denmark, the US, I think Serbia. Someone was from Serbia. So many places. Has anyone ever done an art retreat of any kind where they've gone and spent like a few days with a group of people or like a particular artist? How was it? Was it worth it? Did you gain a lot from it? Was it enjoyable? That's the most important thing. Did you have a good time? See, I am actually looking at wanting to do it in the US. I really don't know what it is, but at the minute, I just really want to go and see a bit of the US. I think the variety in landscapes and the amount of nature there is just mind blowing. Like when you come from the UK and it's like with this tiny little island. Oh, I'd love to do something like that. Yeah, I'd love to come to the US somewhere and do a full on like little painting retreat. It would be amazing. You saw moose, elk, and grizzly bears as well. That's so cool. Do you do any like live sketching or anything? Definitely on my bucket list. As is going on safari, as is going to Iceland, going to Norway, Madagascar, the Galapagos. Yeah, definitely something that I need to look into to running. Really starting to get there, I think, with this Sky Montana. We'll have a look at that. because Montana is actually one of the places that I would like to come and visit because I've been like watching videos of like the area on YouTube and it looks stunning. It's a really amazing place. Yeah, it was starting to get somewhere. One of the artists that I know has done a retreat with Aaron Blaze, and he said it was absolutely fantastic. He was actually was one of the first people on YouTube that I ever started watching. Um, Absolutely phenomenal artist and animator. He was the director for Brother Bear, I believe, and that is such an amazing film. Oh, Retreat in France would be good as well. I mean, if you know people with a manor, definitely try and do that. Oh, what's her name? So for me, it's just you got to stick with it. That's the biggest tip. Don't give up. And if it's something that you want to do, if she wants to be a professional artist, just got to keep at it because she can be an artist at any age. There's no reason like everyone like you always hear, oh, when I grow up, I want to be an artist, but she could be an artist now. Well, she is an artist now if she enjoys art. I think it's just you've got to persevere with it. You, it's not an easy career to want to go into. It does have its moments. I'm going to put a few these lighter hairs in, and then we're going to go back in with a tiny brush and do some darks back in this film. Try and get some of those stripes. Also, for your daughter, Dan, is tell her to paint what she wants to paint. Tell her to draw what she wants to draw. Don't let anyone tell her what she should and shouldn't do. Do what makes her happy. But then also at the same time, try and do a little bit of everything. So I know that's a bit contradicting, but try and do a little bit of everything. It's much better to, especially at a young age, try as much as possible, do as much as possible, pick as many skills up as possible, and then sort of narrow it down a little bit later on. Once you've learned all you can from all the other different skills, so like sculpting, painting, drawing, try a little bit of everything. That's the best advice. Oh, we're getting there. We are getting there. Really, these are such nice brushes to work with. I cannot tell you how much I'm enjoying working with them. I mean, I am. I'm going to try my best, but it's a little brush. Just trying to make a little bit of a purplier colour here. This little brush is just so nice. I'm just going to come in and put a few little darks in the fur. So sometimes you get into this like habit of going a little bit too light with everything and you lose some of those darks in the fur. So it's a good idea to come in and put them back in. It has been amazing. Thank you so much for keeping me company. And I'm definitely going to have a look at that ranch that you were talking about. 100%. And happy painting. Good luck with your deer and lion. Has anyone else got any questions? Please do. Let's go away. That's really good. Like, in terms of technical advice, starting out, getting values and shading right is better than details. Much better than details. Like, that is when I first started out, I was focused on details and I didn't really sort of work through the basics of shadows, shading, values. And I had to learn that afterwards, and I'm still learning that now. So if like that is the biggest technical tip. Don't worry about details when you're first starting out. Get your lights, your values, like your general overall form. Get that right to begin with. That is the most important thing. Details. Details can come later. Details are easy. Details are just time consuming. They just require patience. But getting that form right, getting that composition right, that is something that you need to learn. That's like the basic fundamental that I definitely skipped when I was first learning, and it is a regret of mine that I didn't put more time into those basics. So it doesn't look like it's doing much now just yet, but bringing these darker strands does make a massive difference. Especially as we start to get down to these like little stripy bits. Or her back. Tell me about it. I am in the exact same boat. Um, A year ago, if you'd have asked me, I'd have said, keep your background simple, make all the focus be on the subjects, because I did not like painting backgrounds. I just found them boring. I mean, I still find them pretty boring to paint, but I think it's worth, like, my backgrounds will take me 3 times as long as it will take me to paint the actual animal. Even though the animal is significantly more detailed, I think I'm getting to the point now in my sort of art, not style, but my like art journey, where I'm feeling there is a massive importance for the background and having an environment for these animals to sit in. So I am taking more time with my backgrounds now, and it is a learning curve because, as I said earlier, things like trees, mountains, I hate them. I just cannot seem to do them. They do not look as good as the animals that I'm painting, and they take much longer to get to a stage that I'm happy with. But I do think it is worth it, absolutely, putting the time in to get those backgrounds as good as possible. I again, this like what type of background? I want natural environment, but I also want a little bit of like extra. I don't want it to just look like it was a photo taken. I want it. I want it to tell a story. I want it to really capture something. Not so much with this painting. This painting is just a nice painting of a meerkat. It's giving some little feet. A few more little hairs over here. I wonder if we have any more brush sets sold from people that aren't on the chat. Or if there's any new people on here, come say hello. So in some of these, like the backs of these stripes, I'm just gonna come put in a few more as we go up his back. It's getting where all the paint I put down is. My palette's getting a little bit crammed. I'm running out of things to say. I need some more questions. Otherwise, we're all just sitting here in silence watching me paint. And there's only so many times I can say, go and check out the link in the description for my amazing brush sets. 77. We're getting there. Try and make it to 100. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go live again tomorrow. My voice is getting pretty sore now. Questions. Let's have them. Oh, really well. They are holding form very, very well. Let me just grab these. So these are the sample brushes that I was sent, and when we were first deciding what to create, and I got sent these. Oh, oh my god, I can't remember when. It, it might have even been last year. I can't remember when I got these, but I've used them for like 20 paintings, and they are still all in pretty much perfect condition. Hey, this one's starting to get a little bit of paint along the bottom, probably because I've not cleaned it properly, but they're all holding the shape really, really well. They're all like nearly brand new brushes still. Much better than all my other brushes, because all my other brushes start looking very bad very, very quickly. But no, they have really held their shape. And I think it is because I am washing them more and keeping them clean more, because they're so pretty that I want to keep them clean and I want to keep them perfect. But they are still holding their shape so well. My favourite artist is Amber. No, I'm only kidding. I mean, she is. She is. And she is probably one of the biggest reasons why I'm actually a full time artist now. Because when I met her, I was still not even a part time artist. I was teaching full time still. And I met Amber, and she was a full time artist. And I was so inspired by what she was doing that I just, yeah, decided to go part time pretty much the year after that. But my probably one of my favorite artists in terms of wildlife artists is that isn't my fiance is Greg Beecham. Really like his work. Robert Bateman, Nick Sider, Andrew Tischler, another YouTuber. Fantastic work. Um, yeah, I just sort of like I go through phases of who my favorite artist is. Like another amazing artist, Talia Stanton. Really, really like her work. It's not realistic wildlife, but it's so interesting. Griffins. Um, so this question's come quite a lot. But I sold stuff in school when I was younger. But like my first sort of like proper painting that I sold, I thought, oh, this is it. I'm an artist, a real artist. Was when I entered the David Shepherd Wildlife Artist of the Year competition for the first time. My monitor is about to turn. Need to do that. Um, so yeah, the David Shepherd Wildlife Artist of the Year competition for the very first time, and I got in, and there was a red dot already on my painting as soon as I turned up, and that was an amazing feeling. So that was the first one that I actually like sold in a proper piece. Oh, it's amazing. Thailand is somewhere that I'd like to visit as well. It looks like a beautiful country. I've never been, but I know lots of people that have been, and they said it's been absolutely amazing. For me, at the moment, just with where I'm at, I think the country that I'd most like to visit is the US. I'd love to travel all across the US, just see all the different states, all like the different environments. Be amazing. Andrew Titchler's paintings are unbelievable. Like his oil paintings are fantastic, huge landscapes and seascapes. He's a New Zealand based artist, I believe that's where he is now. Originally from Texas, I think. And the landscapes he paints, these big, huge, ginormous landscape paintings that are absolutely fantastic. Hey, Praneet. So I do actually do feedback on drawings and paintings, and anyone that is part of my Procreate, anyone that is part of my Patreon community tier membership can join the Discord channel and they can post their paintings for feedback. So if you want some feedback on your pieces, you can share them there. I mean, I think we're getting pretty close with this meerkat now. I don't think I'll be staying on till 7 o'clock. I think another half an hour, and then I think we will hopefully be done with him. Obviously, we've got his tail to do, and then there's a little bit more lighting stuff that I'd like to do. But yeah, we're getting there. And I think someone asked about my fur painting tips as well. So just recapping them really quickly. I make sure to leave plenty of gaps between the strands. So I don't want like one colour overpowering everything. I will vary up the direction of the strokes slightly. So they're not all the same length, they're not all the same size. Some go left, some curl right. They're not all dead straight. The strokes also go thicker and thinner, so they're not all like the same thickness for the hairs. Focus more on the form than the details. The details are like the last thing that I'm really thinking about in like my order of importance of what needs to be there. It's getting the light in the right place, getting the shadows right, getting how light and how dark everything is right. They are the bits that matter the most. Did you? I don't know if you caught that then, but I definitely did have a little bit of a tongue sticking out as I was concentrating. I'm so jealous of all the travelling that you've done. I just never feel like I've got the time. I always feel like I've got something going on, or I've got another project to do, more paintings to do, a house to buy, a house to furnish. Oh, that's a good question. Number three as well there. If I weren't allowed to paint animals ever again, what subject would I switch to? I think I would do people, but not portraits. I would do full figure paintings with intricate or like fancy clothing in loads of different environments, maybe like city scenes or like in bars or shopping or like on trains, like people in their normal everyday lives, but with quite fancy clothes on. Oh, if I could only use one brush forever. Oh, that is a very, very difficult thing to answer, really. If I could only use one brush, I would end up completely changing the way that I paint. And the one brush that I would use is this big flat one. Because I think with this, you could create really, really big pieces really easily. And that's what I do. I change to working quite big, but you could use it sort of like just the corner of it, just to create small interesting marks. You can sort of flatten it down and create lines with it. You can use it flat. You could separate it and create two strokes with it. Like there's so much you could do with this big flat brush. I know I've not used it for this painting, but if I only had one brush that I could use for the rest of my life, it would be one of these big flat brushes. Just because I think all the other brushes would either be too small to create any paintings if it was the only brush you're going to use. So, like, I definitely wouldn't use this because if I were painting with this one, it would take me years to finish a piece. And then this is, again, same principle. It's great for the things that it does, but it's not really an all rounder. Same for the small round brush I'm using here. Fantastic for what I created it for, which is the small details. But as a single use brush, like the only brush I would be using for a painting, I wouldn't use it because for me, the best paintings are the ones that are like quite, they've got a lot of variation to them. And you can't get much variation with a small round brush. I was tempted by the filbert. My second choice would be a filbert brush because, again, this is more or just as varied as a flat brush, or slightly less because it doesn't have the points. Because it doesn't have the points, there's a little bit less that you can do with it. But you can use this again for creating the details, creating lines, creating fur. But yeah, it's got to be the flat brush. I didn't really go to school for it. When I did my year abroad in Kansas, I did actually end up, one of the modules I did at the university was a painting module, which was quite good because I thought I would just be going there and doing biology stuff, but it was nice that I could pick like other modules that weren't biology related. I think they call them electives. So that was really, really nice and interesting. And I learned quite a lot there, not in the technical aspects, but more the thought process of what being an artist and creating paintings were. Because before that, I was very much just copy photograph. Like, there's my reference photo. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm trying to create. Just copy it. Sit here until it looks right. Whereas when I went there, it was a little bit more about the process, a little bit more about composition and storytelling. Not as much as I'm into now, but it just got me sort of like thinking about it, got me on the right track with what I am trying to create now. So at the minute, I'm just doing a little bit of an orangey glaze, just trying to add a little bit more colour, a bit of variation again. And just softening some of the strands that I've put down. I never even thought about going to an art school growing up. Yeah. So, Emma's just asked, do you have any tips for painting the illusion of detail and limiting the fine detail in final layers? I get focused on a small area, cover the details from previous layers, and make it look flat. Before I answer that, see you, Jinx. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks for purchasing brushes, and thank you very much for keeping me company. It has been really great talking to you. But that is one of my biggest problems, that restraint of having all these details and then painting over them is like, it's hard to do, or hard not to do, because if you're into painting your details, it's the most fun thing about the painting process. You just get lost in it, and you always think it's not even necessarily about, oh, you think it needs more detail. It's just you get in this zone. Hi, Kareem. I'm Karen. Not sure how you pronounce your name. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, I'm just getting in the zone. I'm just completely zone out, and just end up creating more and more details, and then you just end up fighting and trying to bring it back. But basically, I'm always thinking about form all throughout the painting process. So I always want my lights and my shadows to be the forefront of what I am painting and what I'm trying to create. So when I'm thinking about adding details, I always think to myself, are these taking away from the form or are these adding to it? And if they're taking away from the form, then I think maybe I can do this in a different way. Obviously, I still make those mistakes. I still add too much detail, like I will do with this painting, but it can be corrected really easily. 80 sets sold, fantastic. Anyone new that's just joined, we're trying to get to 100 sets sold by the end of this video. And as you can see, we're nearing the end of this meerkat. So please, if you haven't bought one already, or if you've bought one, buy a second one. There's a link in the description. Let me just grab the box again. This is what the box looks like. All these brushes that I'm using now in this video, this flat brush, this filbert brush, my special detail brush and special whisker and long fur brush, and then this nice round brush, perfect for fur detail, just like this on this meerkat that I'm painting. You can get them on the Craftamo website. Please do help me get to those 100 brush sales. A little bit late, but welcome. Anyway, we've got quite a long way with the little meerkat now, but there's still a little bit to do. Try and get a little bit more of this light on his back now. So I'm trying to not go overboard with this light. It can be really, really tempting to start putting this light everywhere, going over what you've already done. But I'm trying to stop that urge, basically. Oh, well, I'm glad you liked it. I think we've talked a lot about painting fur and some fur painting tips in this video. So if you do get a chance, go and rewatch it. The video will be saved, so you can go back and watch it later if you want to. But yeah, if you can, please do purchase one of the brush sets. That would be absolutely fantastic. Yeah, with these sort of like final layers that I'm doing with these lights, I am just trying to restrict how many strands I'm doing. Just putting the odd one here and there, making sure there's loads of like layers underneath showing through. Really want it looking like fluffy, layered fur. What's happening? I'm getting into the details. I'm getting lost in those details. Quick, somebody ask a question. $80 sets sold. Oh, it's my favourite animal in terms of in general or animal to paint, because there's two different answers. My favourite animal in general is a dog. I love a dog. Um, More so than people in some cases. My favourite animal to paint is a lion by far. Um, so that question there about first I'll go to the do you think too much fur detail can spoil a painting? Yes, I do think too much detail can spoil a painting when the lights and the shadows have been lost. I think too much detail without that thought of light and shadow can result in a very flat and boring painting, which is something that I am trying to avoid. So I'm hoping the light is sort of working on this one. Hope it's getting there. Probably another little bit of light that needs to go over the top. Yeah, definitely. I think I'm sort of getting onto the point now of too many details, and I probably will need to go and do a little bit more with the values. We'll see. We'll see. See what happens. One final little bit of light might just make it pop. 81 sets, fantastic to whoever just bought one. Come on, 19 more. 19 more by the end of this little meerkat. We can do it. Yeah, the most important part about fur painting is getting the form right. If you can get that form right, the details do not matter as much. Like, if at all. The details are just extra. For anyone that has just joined, these are a limited edition brush sets. They will not be making more once they're all sold out. We've had 81 sets sold already. We're nearly on what? That's over 25% sold. And it's a special launch price today. So if you want to get them at this price, go and head to the Craftamo website and go and pick up a set or two. Get one for oils as well. So, I do sometimes use an airbrush. I haven't for this particular painting, but I do sometimes use an airbrush for backgrounds, and I do sometimes use an airbrush for glazing final shadows over the top pictures. I probably wouldn't use an airbrush for this particular painting just because it's so small. I usually use it for my larger paintings, but I do find it very helpful to just get those soft, extra little shadows that you just can't quite seem to get with a brush. I think since I started using an airbrush, and it's literally just like a final little sort of glazing of shadow that just adds that touch more form. I use it actually for my paintings and for my big charcoal drawings as well. Not every painting, because sometimes it doesn't need it, but sometimes when I think, oh, it's just missing something, it's just looking a little bit flat, I can just add that little bit extra depth using the airbrush. And it's not particularly like expensive airbrush. It was just the first one that popped up on Amazon when I googled it. We're on to about 5 of them now. I do not know what a jaguar is. I'm assuming it's some form of cross between a jaguar and a lion, but I did not think that was a thing, but maybe it is. So, two things that I'm going to do now. The first is I'm going to try and get a really light colour. So, I'm going to get more white and just try and create a very, very, very light yellowy colour. Maybe just put a little bit of that raw sienna and just orange it up a touch. And then I'm going to use this. I'll have to have a Google of that, Kev. See what they are. So I'm going to use this, and I'm just going to come in and put a few more lighter hairs just along this edge. I really want to try and get this curve of his back, curve of his neck in. So just starting with these lighter bits. So please do go and check out the brush sets. Today's the day if you want them. The launch party price. Don't wait. You might find that if you come back to it, they might all be gone. Oh, thank you, Tracy. Welcome back. Hopefully everything's going okay. And just put a few little hairs on his head. All these lighter bits. On his nose. And with this white, I'm just going to come in, just pick out a few smaller, loose strands everywhere. Just like that. And then same thing on his tail. Yeah, you definitely couldn't leave her there. I do not have a very good airbrush. I've just got a cheap sort of like Amazon-y one, just because I don't really use it for like fine details. I just use it for the final like touches for painting. So I didn't really think I needed a very good like detailed airbrush. I don't really know that much about them. All I know is that I've gone through 5 of them because Amber keeps using it and clogging them up, and then they never work again. Okay. So there's 2 things that I'm going to do now that may potentially ruin this picture, but we'll see. The first is I'm going to just take a bit of yellow ochre and mix it with a little bit of the yellow and create just a quite saturated bright yellow. I'm just going to take this colour, relatively watered down, and just along the edge of the picture, I'm just going to come and put a slightly more saturated yellow. This is the first thing that I'm going to do. And then I'm going to get what is essentially pure white. And then just over the top of this yellow, which again may be a mistake, I'll try and just put a very, very fine white edge. Just blending that yellow. Trying to create almost like a bit of backlighting There's light coming from this side of the body. It's maybe a mistake, but we'll see. An airbrush, use an airbrush to create a painting of your mum. It's amazing. I don't think I could use an airbrush for an entire painting. I just don't have the control. You have to be like really, really controlled and know what you're doing with the airbrush to be able to do like a full airbrush painting. I just like making a mess. That is true. There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. And then if it is a mistake, we learn lots by painting over it and trying to fix it. Let's give him a little bit of lighting over his head as well. Isn't actually on the reference photo. Hopefully it's just given a little bit more of an edge to it. I might actually just bring out a little bit more this white, just curving around his neck just a little bit. Just like that. Then the final sort of like little bits that I'm going to do is just going to come in and just do a little bit of a glaze, a little bit of raw sienna, mix with a little bit of the burnt umber, and a little bit of yellow ochre. I'm just going to do a little bit of this really, really thin glaze. Just kind of putting a little bit more saturation just in his fur. Just where this light's hitting. Super, super, super light. A little bit more saturation. This really does help warm him up, make him look like the sun's hitting him. Get a little bit on his head. Those glazes with this thin wash of colour just makes all that difference. Thank you for the colours. Yeah, so the biggest thing, like I am not the best with colours, like not even close. Amber is significantly better than me with colours because I'm lazy with my colours, really. And the thing that I've discovered that counteracts my laziness with colours is that I always keep things relatively transparent. So because I'm only doing very, very thin washes, it doesn't bring out that much of the colour. So it doesn't like overpower anything. And it doesn't make it too like saturated and too cartoony. But that is the big secret. It is just do thin washes. If you know you struggle with colours, thin washes are definitely the secret. Umber, brown, just nice, pale. So it looks like the fur is gone, but I think that is just the camera quality. Like it is actually all there. And those glazes, once the actual paint dries, the paint goes a little bit more transparent. So I will come over and put a few more sort of like little highlights in just to finish it off, and probably some shadows. Glaze over some of this light white, just knock back some of that white so it's not completely pure white. Same on the top of his head. And then he also needs a little bit of ear fluff. I've done what I said I wasn't going to do. Put the brush in there. So, what was I going to do? A little bit of ear fluff, a little bit of brown, a little bit of burnt sienna, a little bit of this blue to create a nice little purple, a little bit more raw umber. Just in his little ear. Look, white. Just in his little ear, a little bit of fluff. Pretty much got his ear there. I think he's pretty happy sat there. We can't forget about the ear fluff. Oh, the hair in the ear is definitely going to be done. Right. Just going to get a little bit of a darker browny colour. And just on this left-hand side, just want to come in and just darken this edge just a touch. Just add a few more sort of like solidified. In fact, I'm going to just change my brush up. I'm going to use the smaller round brush. Come and tuft up his edge just a little bit more. So, give him a little bit more of his smile, a little bit of shading. And then last little bits. So in some of these dark strands here, I'm just going to put a touch of like almost like a light blue. It's sort of like bluey grey colour. Just above them. As we're starting to get into the darks. And that's just going to give the impression of a little bit of light in those sections. Just a hint, not loads. Just simple, easy, simples. Yeah. It's okay. I like all the conversations. Please do have those conversations and please do tell everyone to buy some brush sets. Okay, last couple of little bits. I'm trying to use my liner brush and we're going to just use this very, very carefully. And we're going to use this to just come in and just put a few little hairs. They might actually be a bit thick. They might actually be a bit thick. Might be a little bit thick, this line brush for this painting, because it is only a small painting. So to remove his little head, I'm just going to get a little piece of tissue, little hat that he's got on there, a little bit of tissue, a little bit of water, and before it dries, I'm just going to try and scrub that off ever so carefully. It's just a touch too thick for the tiny little head. If he'd been about this much bigger, that brush would have been perfect. So instead, we're going to use the tiny detail brush, which I think will be much better for these whiskers. Yeah, cotton buds work as well. Yeah, that's better. Smaller. Some. Be really delicate with them. I'm going to get just a slightly lighter one with some yellow ochre, little bit of the white, and mix it back in with some of that browny grey colour that I found. And we're going to use this. I think we are on to 81 was the last time I checked, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm hoping that we can get last couple, get it to 100. That'd be fantastic. Love to have sold 100 in one day. Should go a little bit lighter with this now. Try and pick out some of these little whiskers. I actually just lighten this one up a little bit. Just a few more of these little. Again, too dark, Daniel. 82 sets sold. Oh, where would you put the little bird? Then floofs on his head. Okay. Currently at 82 brush sets sold, which is brilliant. Still, hopefully, get a few more by the end of the day. That'd be fantastic. Try and make it to that 100. Coming in now, just putting in last few dark strands, just popping about. And then I want to do the same thing, last couple of lighter strands. Try picking out a few more, just where we lost a little bit of that detail. And there's only probably, we've got about 10 minutes left of this stream. Let's see if we can get a couple more sold in these last 10 minutes. That'd be fantastic. Nearly done with this little meerkat guy. So close. Oh god, I love these brushes. I love this tiny little brush. It's so good. It holds so much paint for how small it is as well, which is one of the things that I love about it. I am starving. I am starving. I'm hoping Amber is making tea for me at the moment. Usually we eat about 5 o'clock UK time, so she must be getting starving now. Yeah, usually we sort of finish work about 4:30. We pop off down to the shops together, and then we cook tea together. So it's not often that one of us cooks by ourselves. I'll take a little bit. It is a very special day. That is true. A little bit of this opaque light colour. I'm just going to come in and just dab a few little lighter sections just on these rocks. Just picking out a few smaller details just in some places, just a little bit more variation. You're very welcome. I hope everyone is enjoying the live and has enjoyed the live. Please do let me know if you have enjoyed it and if you'd like to see more of them. I'll do more live sessions painting along, and we can all paint along together with the brush set. So anyone that has just joined, don't forget you can purchase a set of the brushes that I'm using. They are brand new. They were just released today. and they are fantastic. You can get them, they come in this amazing box. I'll show this for the last time before we finish the meerkat. They come in this incredible box that I designed alongside Craftamo that keeps them safe, and they are fantastic brushes for acrylic or oil paintings. There is a link to them in the description and in the chat. So please, please do help us out and purchase a set for yourself. Take time off work for it. Brilliant. I'll have to get another one. Another one planned in. No problem. Thank you for asking all the questions and thank you for keeping me company. I'm not sure when I'm going to do the next one because I think I need a little bit of a break after this one, but I will be sure to let you know. I am hoping that you just all feel inspired after watching this. I'm hoping you all get home and you just cannot wait to get out the paints and you just sat by the door waiting for your new brush sets to come along so you can give them a try. I think I am pretty much done with this guy now. I'm happy with how it looks. I think the light looks okay. I think the form looks okay. I just say that. I always say this. I always say, "Oh yeah, I'm done," and then I'm like, "Oh, just one more thing, one more little thing." It is one last little thing, just on his tail. Just want to fluff up his tail a little bit, just a few little like loose hairs, just something a little bit more orange as well, just so it's not as like absolute. Yeah, I think he's done. Ah, well, oh my God, 9 years. Well, I'm glad that I have inspired you to create paintings and want to try paintings again. Well, I'm very glad you got to see it. I am going to try and do more Patreon live streams as well because this has worked quite well and I've got it all set up now. So yeah, I'm hoping you enjoy it and thank you so much for watching. And buy more brushes. Buy as many brushes as possible. Thank you so much. And I'm going to call it now. So I'll see you next time. See you, you too. There's a little bit of a delay, so I'm just waiting for everyone's comments to come through. It's 20 past 6 for me. See you guys. Bye.